Got you open.
Come on, baby, you drive me crazy.
Finest thing I've ever seen. Looking like a natural queen. I said, let me take you for a ride. Babe. To the other side, we can do just what you like, girl.
Get started as long as you're ready.
As long as you're ready, babe. Any way you want it. Oh, baby, yeah. Oh, I like it when you.
Oh, baby, you drive me crazy.
Break it like that. I need you. Oh, I never saw.
Come on, baby, you drive me crazy.
When it's nice and wet, ready for your love.
Cause I'm looking at you and I like it.
Any way you want it, girl. Come on, baby.
Come on, baby.
Come hit me with the flavor, let me taste it, baby. Oh, night. Come on.
Come on, baby, you drive me crazy. Come on, baby, you drive me crazy.
All right. Peace. Peace. Back with you after a long hiatus, a long pause. But I'm back with the most relevant shit that you can possibly dissect on YouTube. Very important lecture, this one, and it will be packed with an incredible amount of information based upon the time and the situation that we're in. So it will be packed with a lot of necessary information. First and foremost, I'm going to give a shout out to the now ancestor that helped me break through spiritually this information to be able to dissect it and give it back to us as it was ours to begin with. Therefore, your birthright. Therefore, what this whole conscious movement, before it turned into a shit show, was really all about trying to discover the mystery of our existence in the many ways we would do it. And I guess you could also say some of this movement was for a better standard on earth of living as well. But the occult aspect, which I was entered into this community with via Bobby Hennett, was really not focused on a better human living condition. The true understanding of the occult is not just pictures of Baphomet and yelling out the dark side. It was actually to study that which is unseen. And the greatest mystery in the unseen is death. So death is actually what you're studying in the occult. Truthfully, all consciousness, you're supposed to be studying death, because death is the greater part of what it is. You are. It's a big part. This is not the big show. This is a side effect of some sort. You can go into many theories on what this side effect is, but nothing points to that this is the big deal, being a human being. So understanding that, to have a true know thyself mentality, is to really know or deal in that part which is a mystery to you. The greatest mystery is death. So we need to understand that the Kamite, not all of them, some of the niggas was farmers, just like you have McDonald's workers today. It was the same concept. And then there was the conscious, who were most likely or highly likely dealing with the mystery system in some form of initiation or university level teachings, or whatever you wanted to call it back then. Long story short, the conscious probably were the ones who found the calling to go through the mystery system, as opposed to being chosen, because this is something you're born into, something your spirit is saying, I'm done here. So you start getting thirstier and thirstier for more information. So that thirst is what led the conscious to getting their answers in the mystery system, I'm sure. It could be more political and more, I know later it turned into an elite thing, a secret society thing. And we're gonna explain why it, in this one. It turned that way because they deduced that once they understood this mystery, even us, once we understood this mystery, that masses of people couldn't do this. This was a understanding reserved for pharaohs and kings, they would say. So what they were saying is, you have to earn this. And what I've noticed, because that was a big deal when I first started, you're saying it, they're not supposed to hear this. You got dumb, uninitiated into whatever high comedic thing we were doing. You have a dumb guy reading the books and them telling you it's a secret while you're reading the fucking books that you found the secret in. It's not like someone sat you down and gave you an ancient mystery. So they were complaining about someone like me who would sit there and say this, that, the other, because they felt it was a secret and it could only be shared, and people weren't ready for that. What I found is you could tell them the greatest mystery, like I'm about to do now. If their spirit isn't ready for it, they haven't heard it anyway. So a small percentage will still make it out of this situation now because of the other rope that you have around you called your human mentality. You cannot escape with a human mentality. So all these deep conscious niggas that I meet who try to come up with a business plan, that's great, and I understand the necessity, even though you're doing a fucking bad job of it. Ultimately, you're creating these ropes that bind you for true power. And that's an understanding I can't convince you of. That's an understanding you have to find on your own. Therefore, no matter what I say, though you may have an intellectual understanding of it, you have a spiritual and emotional connection here. you still have a I want to do something for Black people mentality. Therefore, that's what's going to bind you to this place. That's what makes your heart heavier than a feather. Why my heart is lighter than the feather? Because I'm being in this judgment process in death. What's being weighed is the ropes or the emotion or the baggage that I hold based upon my commitment to this place, whether it's successful commitments or the fucking idea of what I want to be. Either way, that becomes your baggage that makes your heart heavier than a feather. Therefore, there's nothing I can say, there's nothing anyone can say to make you get this. This is something you have to feel, because you truly went through enough lifetimes to say, I've done the thing. And we've been here long enough to have done the thing. But what you have is a bunch of old ass, done this shit before ass niggas who don't know how to move forward. They can't move forward with these groups that we're in. In the end, the best that the group has to offer, even if all the plans work, is still a life on Earth with the possibility of it becoming what it has become. And it's guaranteed to do that because the Earth moves in cyclic patterns. It's all a circle. It's all going to come around. So it will come around to the glory of the pyramid days called the Golden Age, which we are here now. And that's what we're going to talk about. And we came out of the Iron Age, or what they call the Kali Yuga. Fucked up. Kali Yuga is the ultimate in humanity, the Iron Age. It is the age of disorder, confusion, and I don't need to explain. The death of this place is now. Well, the death of this yuga, let me say. Well, first we're going to start here. This picture fell off my wall. When a picture falls off the wall, that's the spirit talking to you. This. And as you can see, it cracked when it fell. This was a spiritual indication that Kali Yuga is over. Or let me say another spiritual indication that the Kali Yuga is over. My Kali picture broke and fell. We have entered a golden age since Beetlejuice, and we're going to get into it today hard. It's going to be a lot of reading. All right? So let me also say this. This is the time now more than ever for this kind of energy. And you're going to see that why. And you're going to see the Kamites understood it, and this is only comedic shit as well. Blank. Baphomet. So we're going to start here. Let's see if there's anything else. First, I want to shout out, as I said, the ancestor. Let's put this somewhere in the back. Boom. All right. Well, you can go here, and you can go here. How about that? All right. Baphomet. So, in 2004, we're going to get into it. This lecture is very important. It's very important for this reason, for many reasons, because one of the greatest mysteries and the greatest question I've ever been asked constantly over and over, no matter what demographic, no matter what state, what context, from day one. Panic. What happens when you die? Or the statement, which is the same question, just in the reverse. Panic, I don't want to come back again, which is another way of saying what to do when you die. Or people says, when they ask what happens when you die, you get that answer, well, we're all connected. Nirvana, it's your mind. You don't really get a detailed thing. There is a detailed thing. The Egyptians, Kamites, knew a detailed thing. They had detailed information and detailed instructions on what to do when you die. The problem is, this was taken from us. So when you hear this famous story, they raided the Library of Alexandria and burned it, and they did this in the mystery system, they didn't steal information on irrigation and how to grow bananas on certain kind of soil, because farmers shared that information. The whole study was how you got down here and how you get out. White people have stolen that information from us. Boom, facts. And they created a climate that's not conducive for you to know that anymore or to hold that information anymore. They made you stupid while they have your information, your science, but the problem is our science is based upon our genetics, and they do not have the genetics to pull off the afterlife task that leads you into the quantum reality of everlasting life. We have that. We've earned that. They have not. They have a lot of work to do. They have to first become niggas before they can even get into the real conversation. So here's what's interesting about this mystery. And now I have it, which means you'll have it before this is over. This is a done deal. I'm about to reveal to you the mysteries of death and the instructions on what to do when you die, so your ass can get out of here and never come back. Baphomet! So, we're going to get into this right now, because I'm feeling kind of funky. I don't even eat candy no more, but I got the urge. That means the spirit is in the room, people. All right. This time is over. We are now in the golden age. Listen. First, 2004, Bobby Hemmitt told me about a book. This is his words. Look here, Panic Man, look. This is something you got to get. What's up? It's a book called The Isis Thesis, a study decoding 870 ancient Egyptian signs. All right, whatever. He said, but whoa, all of these Egyptian books out here are the same information, just regurgitated. Different authors' interpretations of the same shit. He said, every once in a while, they have to put out some of the breakthrough information that they stole, because they're stuck. So when they put out a little bit more information to the general public, presented in a context where only the scholars, so-called white scholars, would look at it, how they condition the nigga, or how they think they condition the nigga, when we see this, it's too much. Then we go to see Spot Run, while they are the magnificence of Wachaket, dropping into atmospheric, the RNA, DNA convergence, and you're like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Turn up, nigga, I'd rather be turned up. As long as you that guy, they can hide information under the banner of intellectual shit. So that's what this particular author, Judy K. King, either did by accident or on purpose. And either way she goes, I'm going to show you how this is ours. So you need to get this, Panic. Every once in a while, they drop some information that's breakthrough. This is that book. And I can tell already he wasn't going to read the whole book. He would read, dissect it, get what he needed, and so on and so forth. I was a whole book reader. And even when he would recommend, yo, man, just use that as a reference book. I'm going to read the shit. I'm going to read the shit. You know, just greedy for it. Now my eyes are shot. But I learned a lot to get them shot. And what he said was this, too. He said, the information in this book is such a fucking revelation, such a breakthrough. I'm not so sure she's the author. What they do is one of them societies that has this information passed down from a stolen legacy from us is releasing it through her to make it seem like an author's doing this. Now that's possible. This book, 2004, along with a companion book, The Road from Orion, Judy K. King, this literal book explains this book. That's how complicated and intellectually aggressive this book is. She needed a storybook as companion to explain it. I remember recommending the book in the early 2000s, and this lady took me off her friends list. How dare you give me some shit? In 2004, this was released. 11 years later, she releases another book, Balls of Fire. Balls of Fire, she did a 1-hour lecture on to promote. Judy K. King. Look for it. It's the only one up on YouTube. And she will explain in this book a little bit more detail of a portion that she revealed in this book. So this book goes into more detail of a very important aspect that she brings up here. And you will get it. And she is, in this book, is all about the process, the alchemical process that happens during death. We're going to get into it. First, so that left me with either one or two things. And mind you, Bobby also said, which came to pass. He said, they did that for the chick who wrote Harry Potter. And mind you, this is in 2004. These movies and shit is still going on. They're still dropping books at the time. He said, this bitch was not a school teacher that just decided to write a funky story called Harry Potter with all this occult shit in it. He said, no go. He said, that's coming from a secret society, some group of people, and they're funneling it through her. They said the Anne Rice shit, the same thing. That's why she's so easy to be Christian now. But this is 10 years ago when she changed to a Christian. So Red Pill told me the other day that the author of Harry Potter was talking some dumb shit online, and people started saying, wait a minute, that don't even sound right. Are you sure you wrote Harry Potter? So there's book burnings and all sorts of protests of people now saying, bitch, you ain't write that shit. Same way those guys didn't write The Matrix. So things are given because they have to make it seem like it's a breakthrough happening. They can't let you know for a moment that we had it all figured out, done, and already got the t-shirt. They have to make Black people under the mind control that we're moving someplace, that we have another place to go, that Obama is a breakthrough. Voting is somehow saving you. Things like this would all fall apart. And I could name a laundry list of things that will fall apart if they knew, if we knew, we already understood the secrets of life and death, why we're here, and so on and such. Then it will redefine our relationship with this planet. But they need us to have a dependency relationship, because the true science is they have the dependency relationship on us. So they have to fool us into believing we have a dependency on them. For instance, now as we moved out of the Kali Yuga into the golden age of the Sati Yuga, whatever it's called, they don't know what to do. They have no idea what we will become. So, and I'll get into the detail. So all they just told you, stay in the house, wear a mask, stay 6 feet apart, and keep washing off a bacteria that they think, I don't even want to give it away, because we're going to get into what bacteria is. In 2004, we're going to see in this book, she was talking about Betelgeuse and what Betelgeuse means when it's supernovas. What do you know? And as soon as it's supernovas, you get this reaction. She talks about, which is, when I'm going to stop saying she talks about, because this is a we talk about. So one or two things is either coming from a secret society funneled through her about information, or if she somehow figured and decoded our information, because it's already our information, that means our ancestors gave it to her to get to us, and it is at us, and to get to you. So either way, if she authored this and found the code and added it, because what I've seen, and you will see, all the familiar icons, symbols, and meta symbols of Kamite, we know, but there's a code missing. Anybody who's done a real study, you know they're saying shit, but you don't know what they mean really. And most of what I see, they apply it to human things. What she was able to do was connect it to, listen, the quantum world, the cellular world, the viral and bacteria world. And I may be missing something, but she's able to connect these microscopic landscape, this quantum landscape, with the Egyptian symbols, and understanding the true transformation into the afterlife, into the quantum world from this atomic world. This is powerful information with detailed instructions we're about to get into. All right? So, again, it's either from this woman, because our ancestors took that ass over. And let me explain. In 2004, I picked up the book and read to about page 125. I did not grasp the total full understanding. I've talked about this book for years, and some of you may have gotten it because the little concepts I was able to grasp, I was able to regurgitate and told people, see how far you get with it. But Baba Kalindi, I don't know why I'm calling him Baba Kalindi. Maybe because everybody else calls him Baba Kalindi. So Baba Kalindi, I don't know if he was called that. I don't know. He's an ancestor now. And he came through. And it was surprising because, to be quite honest, I don't think he was a fan of mine. You know what I'm saying? But what I do know is these spirits, they don't hold grudges, human grudges. And me understanding this spiritually, whatever grudge I may have had with this brother for silly reasons, that doesn't mean nothing. So when his spirit came, it was well received in this house. It was a little stunning so quickly, but nevertheless, he must be some form of Obatala. That nigga cleared a blockage in my head for me, and I could read this book like fucking the cat in the hat. Every fucking page, I don't know if you can see it, is fucking highlit. You understand what I'm saying? So we got a lot of work to do. I damn near could read this whole fucking book to you as much as now I can decode it. And this book is the detailed instructions on what to do when you die. Everyone should have one. That white pasty lady who wrote this shit should thank me. Oh, it's very clear, and we're going to get into it. White people can't get out. You can't get out. You can't get out. And I'm going to prove that shit. Now I understand the genius of why we made them. Because it made this place such a debauchery, it would push you naturally to want to not come back. Consciousness is at an all-time high because of Whitey. Trump is the representation of the death of the Kali Yuga. That's why you see the best of what the white man is personified in that animal that they call in president. It's personified because it's the death now of that white man, of that. He's the essence of the ignorance. He is the essence of the result of every nigger suffering, every dark person suffering. Cats, rats, pigs, chickens are oppressed. Broccoli is not in favor with these motherfuckers. Everything can't stand this virus. So why would we make it on an island at all? I understand it. We needed to make a vessel. So when we leave, that vessel can stay here, and it will, based upon genetics. I was on the fence. I thought maybe they can get out. Maybe black people come as white people, and maybe we do. But in the end, what you are genetically only matters at the death moment. So you could come here as white, green, or whatever. It doesn't matter. But if you were only white, you can't elevate up. There's ways for them to elevate up. Mitchell Gibson talked about it. And I didn't get it then. I got it, but I didn't really pay attention as hard then. But it started to make sense. He said, if grass is eaten by an antelope, that grass is able to come back as an antelope or zebra. Then that zebra gets eaten by a lion. That zebra who got eaten is now able to come back as a lion. And let's pretend if a man eats that lion or eats that vegetable or eats that zebra, it's able to come back as a man. He also said your pets are able to come back as humans if they were in your household and they were loved. So she talks about this, and the Egyptians talked about it, is horizontal gene transfer. Horizontal gene transfer. It's like your genes, they said in the microbiology world, it's the equivalent of sex. So how, and this is passed through, I want you to hear this, virus and bacteria. So now we also gonna get into why they got you in a fucking mask. So virus and bacteria, this horizontal gene transfer happens through light. Keep Beetlejuice in mind. All right, and keep why they have the mask on. Okay, so where are we? So shout out to Baba Kalindi for coming through and clearing a blockage in the mind. The brother is very powerful, no doubt. Because he came through like a motherfucker, karate kicking, doing all of this shit. So he was doing all this calm shit, and I think he was just showing me that we were calm. You get what I'm saying? I'm with it, you know what I'm saying? I don't play that not speaking shit. Let's go. So he came through, I could feel him blocking us. That's some Obatala shit. And then when I picked up this almost impossible book, let me tell you, 2004, picked it up. Like I said, got the little parts. I tried to pick it up every year and just kept putting it down. I just always knew I had to deal with this information. Not even to be a lecturer, for me. because that's how important. That's what this is all about. You can't tell me nothing now. You know what I'm saying? You can't tell me nothing now. Now I am absolutely clear on our Egyptian shit, and I knew I would find it. I knew I would find it. I know why I came here. I never would be stuck here. Never. I came here to unstick you. So this is why this is happening, and we are all in this together. We are all doing this together. I just said Baba Kalindi, who, like I said, me and him really didn't speak much. In fact, I would like to shout his whole family out, and I'm with you. If I know they don't know me, but if ever you need anything that I can do, please don't hesitate. Don't hesitate. I did meet one of his daughters online. She was very nice. This was in the early 2000s. She actually shouted me out, "Hey, Brother Panic, time to time I listen to you, blah, 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 blah." I said, "Okay, blah, 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 blah." She was just a very nice, very respectable young lady. I'm sorry I don't know her name, but all of his family, all his daughters, very beautiful, very nice seeming people. A few of his daughters, I used to see their activity online, very intelligent, knew their shit. He taught them well, I could see. And they were, the daughter I met, very well mannered. So I would like to shout them out and like to say, once again, Baba Kalindi came through. He's in the house. We pouring liquor to him. I got to figure out, what else he likes. I'll get it. You know what I'm saying? And, well, I hear him now. He said, put out some mushrooms. I got you. No big deal. Okay. Ayahuasca. He wants the heavy stuff. Panic got you. Ooh. In fact, I don't know if that person wants to be put on blast, but this will be for Baba Kalindi. Ooh, some drugs. Ooh, this is funky. You know who gave this to me? And he's done Red Pill, because I forgot he's done stuff on camera, so I don't think it's a secret. So Red Pill came and blessed the nigga with some shrooms, little marijuana. So I'm gonna cut some of this up, give it to Baba Kalindi, who broke through, and because of Baba Kalindi, or partly because of Baba Kalindi, to be honest, we getting this mystery. You understand? We getting this mystery. All right. So again, it's a lot of reading, and we're going to break through on this. So this is called the Isis Thesis, a study in decoding 870 Egyptian signs by Judy K. King. Now, everything is highlighted. So again, I'm going to try to take what she has as intellectual concepts that may take you a while to muddle through. I'm not saying you're stupid and can't figure it out yourself. Perhaps you will. Not saying you can't muddle through, but I'm trying to give it to you quick and easy in lecture form. And then after you hear me going through this, when you read it, it'll be an easier read. Let me get some shit to clean my glasses. Oh, hey. Oh, get my parade. All right, here we go. You can see, got my Baphometic shorts. Come on, son. We bopped out today. All right, okay. Of course, I don't have a cloth to clean these motherfuckers. All right, give me 1 second, niggas. All right. All right. We about to get in it. On it and in it. I'm going to talk about the mask and all the rest of that crap too. The bacteria. Watch the Judy K. King lecture. It's pretty much a lecture from 4 years ago when she was promoting this book. And she talks about the importance of bacteria and viruses to the DNA and the death experience. In this book, she talks, I'm not gonna burst that, but we're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. Y'all should be excited. Baphomet. All right. So, Egypt's confusing funerary texts. So, funerary texts. All the writings of Egypt, of the dead pharaohs in the tombs, are collectively called the funerary texts. And there's a few of them, we'll name the list. So, Egypt's confusing funerary text demonstrates an advanced knowledge of 21st century quantum physics, molecular biology, space physics, bacterial genetics, and supramolecular chemistry. So 20th century shit, molecular astrophysics, and all that fly shit that they acting like is new. She's telling you in the first opening statement of the book, the Kemites already knew it. So that means Neil deGrasse Tyson and all the rest of these guys, whether they're conscious of it or not, are only walking in the footsteps or retracing something that we've already done. The ones you are laughing at, called woke people, let me even rephrase that, because woke is the pop version of consciousness, and consciousness had duty on it anyway, if you're going to call it a people in a way. Let me say this, consciousness was only because the grouping that was coming together early on didn't want to name itself. So consciousness was a description of the collective, not what you were and now you're in whatever. So consciousness meant he was just aware. He's not walking around with his head in the sand. Could he be stupid and conscious? Absolutely. Could he be saying some ridiculous shit and be conscious? Absolutely. But just saying you're conscious didn't mean you were one thing or another. The only one thing you can say, it just meant you wasn't like the masses of dead motherfuckers. So it was dead or woke. And then the awoke aspect became this woke thing. Woke is what, it's not a studied person per se. It's just a person saying all the buzzwords that now, out of how consciousness has expanded into this buzzword, into this possible fad, that it has a fad name, woke. Little kids want to be woke because they say Black Lives Matter is a fucked up movement. He's woke. That's nothing to do with what this is. And anybody in front of you who comes from the conscious community saying woke and we woke now and woke, they're trying to jump on a fad type thing. They're trying to gain more viewers using a word that's more relatable to the dummy. So a conscious person who's well studied ain't got nothing to do with woke, because the concept is supposed to be the same, but what you did was create a new word that you could take down the road. Listen, that's a American method or American war tactic. Here's what made sense to me, and I probably told you the story, but it goes well here. 1996, I'm working at a record label, White Boys. There was one white, fat, 400-pound dude, 300-pound dude. You didn't know how he operated, only had 2 or 3 shirts. I heard him talking about his diet one time about eating all meat. This was the Atkins diet. I'm like, nigga, that shit don't work. How can that work? Here's the book. I was a reader. I read the book, and it was very enlightening, very scientific in what he was saying. He was saying you eat your body eats glucose. Everything you do, your body's a glucose manufacturing machine. And that comes from carbohydrates. So all of these are what you call refined carbohydrates, made up. And eating as much as I will today, I would have eaten too much, so much so that's what the pancreas goes into insulin, and too much of doing that, diabetes, blah, you know the story. But before you get there, all of this extra glucose that I eat from refined carbs it tells my body, oh, I must be about to hibernate. That's why I'm eating so much carbs. That's turning to glucose, all this extra energy. I'll save it for later. And that's why the body creates fat. And by the way, these are called complex carbohydrates. When this sugar hits your system, it hits your system much slower. Therefore, you don't get the carbohydrate rise. You do with this is a high sugar complex carb. So it's tomatoes. So with that concept, if you eat high protein foods, or foods high in fat, no carbs, the body says, okay, I don't have carbs to burn my glucose. Oh, that's why I stored the fat, to burn the fat. Okay, I'll burn the fat. You know what I'm saying? That's what I made it for. No glucose, fat burning. So the more protein you eat, the more aggressive your body becomes at eating its own fat for fuel. Boom, makes sense. Then he gives a whole laundry list of all the diseases it cures. Diabetes, this, all these case studies. He said losing weight is actually a side effect of this Atkins diet. Okay, that's the concept. 2 weeks you do it, then you get a little bit more complex carbs and this and that. But 2 weeks you're on this strict fat, high fat diet. And at the time, I didn't eat most meat. I only ate chicken, so it becomes real boring. You're not supposed to eat any sauce. So you raw dog and chicken, no other side meal, no bread, no carbs. A little bit of vegetables, green vegetables, complex carbs, don't hit you slow. So there's nuts and things you could do, blah, blah, blah. After 2 weeks, I lost so much weight. I lost the same amount of weight that it took me a year to lose on rollerblades and biking. And I went to zero body fat in 93 or 4, in front of the mirror naked, doing shit like this. Great. I was very close in 2 weeks. I was real pissed. No exercise, anything. So during the 90s, when I cared about the shit, I would just do Atkins, lose weight, gain weight, lose weight, gain weight, lose weight, gain weight, lose weight. I just got tired of it. But what I seen, which was very interesting, was the popularity of this diet starting to explode. And what I noticed when I went to the supermarket, about 90% of the supermarket was off limits, which means so much unnecessary shit, and we got that we buy. And so if everyone did it, this would devastate the economy. He tells you, you don't need to exercise. Remember, that's the mainstay of America, exercise. We think that's what it is. Like LA Fitness during this whole pandemic has still been charging me $80 a month. I mean, I could stop at any time, but ain't nobody going to them fucking gyms. They could pretty much say, we're going to tone this down to no, because that's America. That's what we become, and dependent on this. So what I seen them do to end Atkins was not, they first tried to destroy him. Oh, you get heart attacks, all that meat. First thing I noticed is I started eating less, even less meat than I did when I was eating meat in a regular meal. I was eating like 3 wings and I was done because you're burning fat, which is much more heartier. So I'm eating 3 wings, maybe a little bit, not in 3 meals, just 3, 4 wings. I'd be done. Hours later, 3, 4 more wings, and you couldn't help it. You didn't want anything else. It was great. So, all right. So now I started to notice they made it a fad. Entenmann's made a low carb cake. Breyers made a low carb ice cream, which is still sold. There became all these low carb candies, chocolate, and used shit, Twinkies and shit, low carb. They made it a low carb fad, and they told you about it. There was chocolate, sugar-free shit everywhere. And I remember this specifically as one who went on Atkins and off in Atkins. So when I first started, there was nothing. Like I said, I was raw dog and chicken. Then when I got more, I started seeing there was more and more options over the year. Then I seen the regular diet places started having low carb diet options. So after all Entenmann's went away, all low carb bread went away. And I said, oh, people got with it, stopped talking about it. Instead of trying to kill this dude, which they did, they talked about him every moment. He fell, he was a 70-something-year-old man, fell. They tried to say he had a heart attack. He went to the hospital for heart trouble, but he had some other heart issue, but the propaganda, all that meat, all that fat, non-exercising, to this old man. When they died, they said he died of a heart attack. All of this was wrong. So I seen, because I read the book, the facts of the book, and then the American propaganda, once they made it popular. To make it popular is the path for destroying it. People always need to move on. So if they take what you have that was sacred and put it in the mainstream, which is what they've been trying to do for the longest, we are powerful when we're underground because we seem, or it seems like when the alternative or when the regular is moving, if an alternative comes up, it brings dignity and truth to what you're doing. It brings authenticity. When it's on mainstream television, it is no longer authentic. It is now shaped and molded for a presentation. And that presentation is what they're counting on, because if they can make that presentation a fad, then that's exactly what it becomes, something that comes and goes. So the growing movement of true consciousness that is happening, that people who are now reporting to me, oh, they know you, Brother Panic. Some brother was telling me, Kool Moe Dee was telling him about me. Shit, nigga, to me, that's incredible. I don't give a shit about anything. Kool Moe Dee knows my name? To me, personally, I mean, in the study, you know, my ego doesn't come into it. Good. He should hear this shit. But on a personal level, as a hero, a young rap enthusiast, you know, who bought Enjoy Records, Feel the Heartbeat, The Body Rock, that fast shit, always rockin', never stopping, Kool Moe Dee. Know what I'm saying? Kool Moe Dee is the inventor of fast rap, nigga. He's the first one to ever do it. So for Mohandas D to even know I exist is a big deal for me on a personal level. And while we there, and I know we gonna get to it, you know, I haven't talked for a while, so if this type of banter bothers you, well, fuck you, just forward and get your answer. But you will get a thorough answer today. But if Kool Moe Dee knows who I am, to me, that's a big deal. So if this thing becomes the fad that it's becoming, it becomes empty-ended and now defined. So the real guys, it won't work like me and the other brothers who are dishing the real shit teaching. They become idiots. They become old. The story they're telling is now old, even though it's the most important thing a lot of folks could hear who's seeking transformation. They'll psychologically think what we're saying is some old shit, like how one day Run DMC was popular. Now, if I came talking that, if I made a song like that, she was going the other day, you would say that's old. It already happened. That nigga sound like an old man. It's like that, and I'm panic. You'll be like, oh, this nigga is old. That fad already happened. So woke is the government's attempt to fadize this information. And any nigga from our clique talking that woke shit, that's on you. Do as thou wilt, but that's on you. So, for lack of a better word, this is for true consciousness, which, like I said, that word was never a favorite of anybody's anyway. Woke is just worse. So, but those who really want to learn, those who really want to know the mystery, you get what I'm saying? Just remember, quite simply, without any more speeches, keep the fucking integrity. You understand what I'm saying? Keep the integrity. Also, I'm gonna shout out my sister, Kiana. I guess we get all this stuff out the way before we get into it. Shout out my sister, Kiana Brown Lee. She called me. She took my class umpteen years ago. She's always just been a friend. She's fine. So you guys better watch it. She called me and told me her daughter is dating a rapper. What's his name? Something with the chopper shit. NP with a chopper. But what she told me was, he's conscious. Not woke, conscious. She told me was, Panic, he's really on it. And I know her for years. She wouldn't call me unless she's seen something. She wouldn't even bother me. But she says she's been answering his questions, but she thinks he needs some brother Panic in his life. Well, it's interesting. I said, if he's tweeting shit, you want to be careful with that. I just got finished. Shout out to B.O.B., my brother. Love him forever, dearly. One of the greatest souls I've ever encountered on the planet. Much integrity, much heart. Truly has it. Truly has it. Real talk. I can't say enough good things about meeting this brother, knowing this brother, hanging with this brother. He's truly made me feel my youth again, just with hours and hours of laughter over dumb shit on YouTube, dumb humans. He always has a funny thing to say. My man's in them. But as you know, he got into some heat doing exactly that, posting conscious statements. And see, the thing with that is, if you say like Black lives don't matter, you should eat all your vegetables, blah, 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 as you keep moving on, and then you're gonna see a lot of reactions. Know why? Because popular to be woke. So all this fad, when you're doing this, even though in your heart, these are discoveries. You got to remember, you're not tweeting from here, controlling people. You're tweeting from here when you do that. Because it's kind of like, oh shit, glasses solution. Then you tweet it. Oh shit, a mouse. Then you tweet it. So you're tweeting as you discover. You may discover something like the earth is flat. And you tweet that. Then you'll find how valuable woke is. That's when you see you've challenged people's belief system and their psychological well-being. And that's when they'll turn on you. So in your woke tweets, I'm not talking to anybody in particular. I don't know the Chopper guy. So I'm just saying in general, because I don't want to make it seem like it's directed towards him. Do as thou wilt. Show you an example of what woke will do, though. And showing you the example based upon what my brother B.O.B. went through. So this is not new. A rapper texting conscious shit, where it leads. So once B.O.B. texts that, and by the way, ultimately, we did a podcast answering that, because for a long time, people felt it wasn't answered. It is now answered. You can find that podcast online. Go to Bobcast on YouTube and find the podcast where me and him deal thoroughly with Neil deGrasse Tyson and that bullshit. The flat earth, the concept of consciousness, one of the best, I think, spewings, and B.O.B. for the first time deals with it all. I got him to talk about it. Nobody could. And after he kind of explained the scenario, once we did it together, the phone started ringing again. Publications started honoring and acknowledging him again, which is good for him in the business. But it's an uphill battle based upon tweeting woke shit from your heart, because he was really woke. So if Kiana is telling me this young cat is really woke, we're in a stage now. She ultimately said, when he comes out, I said, well, have him call me. When he comes out, I want him to meet you. And she could do that because she's come to the house hundreds of times. She's a family friend. Okay, because on the strength of her, if that's a thing, whatever. And long story short, I would truthfully, in the end, after we have a conversation, the person I would introduce him to is B.O.B., a rapper senior of his who became conscious in the music business. He could tell you everything that can or possibly will happen. I've already talked to B.O.B., and he will talk to you if that's what you want. So if you come this way, I'm going to refer you that way as well. But if you want consciousness, I'll put it on your ass. So come on down, son, because I'm always glad to see a young nigga get his head together. I make motherfucking monsters. I'm not just saying I'm here and I'm a god. I make gods. So come see me. I show you how to get your dick sucked by the cosmos. That's real talk. So let's get into some of this. How to die and never come back, nigga. All right. I'm gonna try to stay in here now. The science provided Egyptian pharaohs and nobility with answers to profound ontological questions, such as, who are we? Is there life after death? And how does our universe function? So this information was for nobility and pharaohs. So early on, even us, we kept this shit sacred for a reason. It can't turn into woke. Once it turns into a fad, once the masses have it and use it, it's dead. Why I'm giving it to you? Because I'm absolutely clear. Only the people who really fuck with me can hear this. The ones who's playing around, who like to entertain themselves watching shit like this, that's fine too. But I'm telling you, I can say to you, you're not gonna get it. Or maybe you will. I hope you do. All right. So these are her idea strands. These are all references or Egyptian references that she's going to break down. Qualities of the deceased king. Note you are, as this is all talking about your death. The moment you die, you are the deceased king. You are also the dead sun god. You are also becoming Osiris. Remember that. Directions to the path of eternity. She's going to give you directions on the path. Conquest of Apep. So this idea of fighting Apep in the underworld and getting swallowed, she's going to break that down. And mind you, let me say it again, like I say, she's going to break that down. What I really should be saying is she's going to interpret our shit. Ancestors either gave it to her or she's revealing shit they stole and she's representing some society dispersing this information. What they didn't know was the wrong nigga got a hold of it. This is typical shit niggas don't fuck with. I'm telling you. Just reading it, nigga, you're going to want to put it down. I'm giving you an aggressive reason to get into it. Baba Kalindi made me understand this shit like cat in the fucking hat. Importance of Isis, importance of Thoth. Deceased king has efflux. They talk about what the efflux is. You're going to love this shit. Importance of Anubis, importance of Horus. Deceased king is the fourth god. Deceased king is a judge. Osiris risen. Mind you, you don't know what none of this shit means. It means, you could say the importance of Anubis, but they talk about that in these funerary texts or the book of Coming Forth by Day. They talk about this shit and you kind of know Isis does this. Isis is on the boat. Thoth does this. So you know he's describing writing. So you try to apply it in your logical sense of writing. But she's going to tell you what this, she's going to reveal what we knew. And it's not really surprising, but it's going to be very revealing. You see how excited I am about it. Baphomet. All right, deceased king reassembled. Deceased king embraces, ascends. Deceased king's new form. Deceased king's nourishment. Deceased king's clothing. The word or writings. Iron references. Cold water references. Turquoise references. Eating references. Double references. Beware of the lake. Nets, heads, tails, vertices, feces. Importance of Orion's winds in the heaven life. She's going to deal with all of these idea strands from the funerary text. So a summary of those idea strands, both the pyramid text and the coffin text exhibit similar idea strands that describes ancient Egypt's religion of science. So she's classifying ancient Egypt's religion was science. Religion was science. As I told you before, what white people did was separate religion and science, and those who have a more logical mind follow science, evolution, Neil deGrasse Tyson as their main preacher of the logical, explaining why we exist. It's just a this and the Big Bang and a that. You have no purpose. And then once the Mandela effect happened and people were questioning the shape of the earth, the new propaganda was your assimilation and assimilation. He went on this rampage, simulation, simulation, simulation. So if we're assimilation and somebody created this, then how could we be from the Big Bang and evolution? That directly contradicts what NASA's been saying. Our origins are Big Bang, evolution, accident. So with that psychedelic mindset, evolution, Big Bang, it says, well, this is an accident. So the greatest thing in existence from this accident is me. Therefore, all I am is a human because I'm an accident with no purpose. So as a human, all I could do is invest in humanity to be a better human. Eat all my spinach, live long, raise my kids, vote Democrat. So that's the Big Bang thing. So the contradiction is with Neil deGrasse Tyson, we're assimilation and assimilation and assimilation and assimilation. That says somebody made you, somebody created you. So that contradicts their old way, but does it? Because psychologically, if you feel that you're in assimilation, that means once you get out of this, you think you found your answer, you may be in another simulation, and this shit may go on forever. You don't know. That's another way of saying I have no purpose but what's here. Why look for simulation and simulation? I do. So psychologically, he left you in the same place. So logically, while you say these sound like contradictions, the mind control that they lay down is the same thing. In the end, you don't mean anything. When you're conscious, you have purpose. This is purpose. You get it? So they separated religion and science, and then religion, we already know. That's for the mindset of believers. They'll tell you Jesus is coming back one day and he's doing all the good things for you. And each bad thing that happens, the devil's doing it. I believe that. So there's people who have that mind and the scientific mind, and those things, belief, which is spirit, and logic, which is understanding of self, supposed to be married. That's what we do. That's not what woke is. Woke is saying the phrase of the day. Melanin, Kundalini, chakras, Hotep, beloved. That's the word of the day. That's woke. Consciousness is an inner journey. An inner journey. It really starts by studying because you were trained in logistics of a book, and then opening up this because your spirituality is getting strong, and then you learn from here. Even when you read, it enters here. When it enters, you start here because it's the ego and you're born and raised in the ego. The more you understand this, the more you do practices to give up humanity and start living in your true brain here. You understand what I'm saying? And some people come with a very powerful heart presence. Those are people who come from lifetimes who've done this work already. One of them presence that fills the room. My son can do that. That's why he's one of the only ones I let work selling the herb packs and so forth, because of his heart frequency. It dictates who he is. So this is what you're working on. So this science was the religion of you. Science is your religion. And all science that you could follow is today. If you're not studying the science of death and your role in the quantum reality, all other science is fucking pseudoscience. Y'all niggas like saying that? If you don't know this, all you have is pseudoscience. There's nothing wrong with it because you need it to fucking survive as a human. But true science, the true religion of science that the Camite studied was the science of death. Because as you'll see, she says it in here, and she says it in Great Balls of Fire, where she deals with it more, she talks about the junk DNA being 98% of your DNA. That's so-called out of order and inactive. And 2% is actually what we're working on down here. When you die, that so-called junk DNA becomes active. And it is, listen closely, a library, as she points out in her lectures. In this lecture, the 1 hour lecture and the one and only lecture she has up on YouTube, she points out that when she studied the funerary text and studied the DNA because of it, what she found out was 98% of our DNA is a library of viruses and bacteria. And I don't want, I'm gonna get there. Oh, you gotta hear this shit. I'm bursting to tell you niggas. I'm excited. And I keep having sidebars because I haven't talked for a while. But there's a lot of information. We're gonna be here for a while. You're not gonna be able to get through this in one sitting. This is gonna be a lot of information. This has been the most asked question I have ever encountered. What to do when you die. How to die and not come back. Here we go. So, the scientific concepts are embedded in a religious narrative. So all the mythology is considered the religious narrative. And she's saying the concepts are embedded in there. We didn't have the key to decode the death code to all them pictures and stories that we knew. Because another layer to the mythology was death instructions. We needed the code. That's what was taken from us. That's what was ignorant. That's the information white stole and was able to start creating secret societies. So their nobility and their higher ups can get the death instructions. These celebrities pay for this death instructions. That's why they walk around so smug. Michael Jackson, Prince, all them niggas, you stupid if you think they had that type of money. And Prince is talking about chemtrails and other shit before he died. Mike was talking some conscious shit before he died and reports that he knew more than that. Hey, this is me, Mike. That's all an act. Because I heard he was studying and buying shit that we couldn't get. What else would you do? You the richest motherfucker. You want to say, well, I know I'm gonna die. Is there any information anywhere about this? And your money will get it. And they did. Now, as I pointed out earlier, look, your pet, as Mitchell Gibson said, you can eat something and reincarnate as what you were eaten as, or the pet can reincarnate based upon love. So white people can change their genetics if a Negro loves them. That's their way out. They have to be able, in the afterlife, if they were truly sincere and serve that black man or black woman, to get in. I know this for a fact because, shout out to Ma Dukes, and just so you know, she's showing a little leg, my mama, but my father took that picture, so my mother is not a thought. My pops took that. I think either the year or before I was born. So, my mother went through a lot of human trauma, so that's one of the best. It sits in my studio. Shout out to my mother, ancestor, right now. So, how I know? My grandmother, my mom's mom, in 1973 or 4, left my grandfather in Queensbridge and got with a white man. Scandal. Now I'm young, So I know him to be my step grandfather. It didn't matter. It didn't mean nothing. And in hindsight, it wasn't the beast or the devil. In fact, him and my grandmother originally moved to Staten Island in some nice shit. Then him and my grandmother moved right across the water from us on Roosevelt Island. Anyone who knows New York, two things. You've seen in New York, there's a red tram that goes adjacent to the 59th Street Bridge. It's going to Roosevelt Island. That was a big deal as a kid to ride that, to get to my grandmother's house. You truly was in Never Never Land. We were coming from Queens. We would take the bus over the bridge from that side, but she would always take us to Manhattan on the tram. And years later, they made a train, but this was the only way out. Through Queens, over the bridge, or through the tram, over the water. Wonderful experience. And so when they moved there, it was like Never Never Land. We lived in the projects right across, Never Never Land right across the bridge. It was magical. And this white man did white shit to make it magical for two young nigger kids. Like, he's this dude. He would take us outside to the park. Can we go barefooted? Yes. Yes. You know, niggas ain't. All this glass out here, you know, niggas ain't. Yes. That was a big deal. He let us play outside barefooted. Then he found out, for some reason, I don't even remember how, we liked high C. He would stock the fridge with all sorts of high C. The candy dish. To this day, I have a candy dish on my thing. Always a candy. He made the shit white heaven, to be quite honest. But in hindsight, what he did for my grandmother was no less than worship. He called her the princess. The princess this, the princess that. He treated her grandkids like royalty. He was always good for $10 and $20 when we became teenagers. Always good to buy pizza. Me and my Negro friends, Dane and them would come over. Dane to tell you, Mr. O, always high C, always whatever, always a soda, always ice cream, always eggs and bacon, you know, nigga shit that we knew how to cook. And she was the princess, he worshiped her, and so on and so forth. He passed in early 80s. It was sad, you know, felt a certain way, we knew him. I don't even know if we went to the funeral. I don't even know. I don't even think so. You know, we're still young. For whatever reason, I don't know. I never met his family. I don't know if they didn't like I don't know the politics of it. We were too young. When my grandmother died, I didn't hear from her for a while. Then when she started coming, she was really glowing, very light. What the fuck is happening? And I then eventually, maybe the third visit, she started telling me she's allowing Mr. O'Shea, this white man, to merge with her DNA. And this is how he actually gets into heaven. This is how white people get into heaven. They must join or do something which is really worship a black person, which is what he did. He worshiped the family. He made, in my memories, a more powerful childhood. He did that, this white man. You know what I'm saying? Not taking away from nothing. My father, mother, all of them was excellent at what they did as black people. My grandmother was magnificent at what she did. You understand what I'm saying? My grandfather, magnificent. But he did add, from a white perspective, they think differently. They think give the nigga whatever they ask for. And he did. That's a different experience from black folks. As much as my mother gave me what I wanted, it's more what you need. That's what black people are doing. But, you know, that's how much money we got. Different story. He merged with her. Then when she crossed over, I could see him existing in her. Then he was able to come. He told me he wanted tobacco. He was a pipe smoker. Boom. Told me some other things. Boom. So I knew when I was in New York, they had a path, but only through us. Now I see why. God damn, we got a lot to do. All right, so the scientific concepts are embedded in religious narrative, detailing the afterlife adventures of the deceased who desires eternity and transformation. In this magical process of recreation, so when you die, you want eternity and you fail if you come back. You go through the cycle. Cycle is your hell. So you're looking for eternity and transformation. What's the transformation? You are transforming out of the world of matter, atoms, into the quantum world of all potential energy, the chaos realm. Back to your true home, your connection to everything, your ability to process everything. Your DNA as panic is now injected into this new specimen built for eternal life. Whereas panic's consciousness and what he's learned down here is added to the database of the new me through transformation and recreation. The dead pharaoh or king, which is you, becomes a god. He does not die again or go upside down. We're going to explain, well, I'm going to explain what upside down means, but we're going to get to it. There's a chapter on it. And he is not seized by the earth gods. What are the earth gods? You've been calling them the demiurge, but there is a force or a energy that seeks to keep you in the circle. You're trapped here. Look at it as your soul was moving along, da-da-da-da-da, and these earth gods said, we're going to capture that energy, put it in a container, and feed off of it. We're going to put mechanisms in that container. These mechanisms will create elixirs based upon that energy's emotions. So we know this energy that we've got in this container encapsulates a part of the universe. Therefore, is capable of manifesting anything in the universe as above, so below, microcosm, macrocosm, with inside the expression in matter through the body. All we have to do as the earth gods is create scenarios for them to suffer from or find joy in, to create these elixirs called adrenaline and dopamines and pancreas juice. When your heart beats faster, you create shit in your thyroid. All of that are elixirs that go up into the ethers that the earth gods feed off of. The fight or flight instinct that you have, that most, which is probably the greatest delicacy, because most of the animals stay in fight or flight mode. A lion's always ready to eat that ass. And a deer's or and a zebra, when they drink water like, nigga. Because they're always ready for flight. And that is something these earth gods, this demiurge, feeds on. It's not a person, it's a will. It's a chemical configuration. It's a configuration that has a mentality that breaks off into you. What's the mentality of the earth gods? It's called your ego. It's called everything in your humanity that's foul. Everything in your humanity that you have to learn to stifle. You have to learn to say thank you. You have to learn small talk. You have to learn when you get in the Uber and in your heart, you don't give a fuck about the person driving. You don't. Let's be real. Just get me there. Shut the fuck up. Don't play the music too loud. And we good. But you learn you have to talk to them. And yeah, how about those fucking Falcons? Yeah, this weather, who knows? Yeah, you have to feel sorry when someone tells you a sorry story. Oh, wow. Even though in your heart, you don't give a fuck. Be real. Unless it affects you. Because that's humanity. And if you do care, it's only something you've been trained to do. It's a training. So you may have something in your heart chakra that receives, and you just receive bullshit. You don't do nothing about it. Or maybe you do. It's all human driven, and it all feeds an energy that wants to survive. It's the ego. It's bacteria manifest. You've just been infected. The human thought in the human being is a virus or a bacteria that's infected your true light. To get a cure from this, you're going to get now. I keep saying that, but it's going to happen. Not only, okay, he does not die again or go upside down, and he is not seized by the earth gods. Not only is the dead king a celestial being, but he's also a magician, a falcon, a flowing fluid, a snake with many coils, and the eye of Horus that pours out of a star. Listen to these codes, which will be decoded. Add to this is the claim that he is self-created, unique, and firstborn. This is the true virgin birth. You are self-created. There's no, Oshun is not going to save you. No. That's an energy that you use down here to get by. When you get up there, it's just you, nigga. Oshun ain't coming. Horus ain't coming. Jesus ain't coming. Satan ain't coming. Baphomet is not coming. This is nothing more than a fucking equation. Anyone trying to shit on it, go ahead. This is not a religion for me. It's a power symbol. I don't care if you believe in it. It's not a belief system. It's a no or not no. And they're going to show you Baphomet in this book. Baphomet. In the end, he's not coming. You're a self-created being through the death process. We have a being that is beyond human, a overman, a ultra human. So through the death process is how you become all those things you keep woke trying to be. Oh, I'm gonna turn on my Kundalini and I'm gonna do this with my mind, and then I'm gonna do this in my power. Yeah, that's good, but you're doing that supposed to be realizing that there's a greater part of you that's locked down some sort of way. In any way you can use Baphomet to release some of that power is cool and the best bet you got down here, but it's minuscule from the human perspective. The Kamites was seriously talking about this shit. Boom. This is conscious shit, not woke. This is the thing. You must become the overhuman. you have the opportunity through death to be that nigga. 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 Just say it, nigga. I'm bursting here. I'm bursting. The king overcomes the double lion. God damn. I'm gonna break down the double lion, what that means. You would have looked at that shit, put that picture up on the wall. It's the double lion. It's Egyptian. I love it. I would have did it. That's not the shit. Turns out the double lion is not good. So some of these symbols are actually warning symbols that we were adoring. Set is not the shit. Set is going to be broken down as the personification, which we knew, of your humanity. Set is the personification of your humanity. I need you to understand this now, and why Kalindi broke this through in my head for me was because y'all need to start considering this shit. Y'all think y'all going back to America. This is it. This is everything true consciousness has been talking about. The end game. Fake conscious niggas are still trying to come up with a business plan. Some marketing shit. Panic, man. Those beats you making, man, you need to do that. No, I make beats. I did that already. This is a great hobby. I love sitting down there. I love when it's a pile of shit on the screen to edit, to make that shit into something. That's the fun for me. If it turns into something, somebody wants something, yeah, but to actively pursue music, no way fucking Jose. This is over. To pursue some next level podcast with some other dude, no, I don't want to sit down and build with niggas. It's not even an ego thing. What are you going to build with me about? Build. Nigga, this shit has been built. It's time to break shit down. And this, as I said, is a personal journey. So that's a level, sitting around and breaking shit down. That's a figure out nigga shit. We passed that. It's about true personal understanding. I'm giving you this heartfelt shit because this is it. The world as you know it and have known it in its savagery has come to an end. That's why they told you just go in the house and turned everything off, because they don't know what you're going to become because of Beetlejuice, which is talked about. Oh, I got to get to it, man. We're going to be here. We're going to be here. This fuck around may be a part tour. We're going to be here. So the king overcomes the double lion and judges the two rivals, Horus and Set, the two rivals. She goes into detail about our stuff on the quantum level, on the cellular level, what Horus and Set really are, and what the rivalry is on a fucking quantum level through death. The real fight happens at death. That shit ain't nothing to do. All of that mythology is about death in the cellular process of how you have to will yourself with your mind to certain locations to get what you need. So, the strength of your mind when you die matters. How do you strengthen your mind for death? It's called meditation, astral travel, which leads you into lucidity in that dream state. Another way, which I would have never said before, but after experience it, is through motherfucking drugs. Drugs. The drugs work if you're well studied. If you're not well studied, then you're gonna be high, having experiences that you still can't explain. After I was well studied, then I fucked with ayahuasca, mushrooms, crack, heroin, barbiturates, sniffing glue, speed. Mushrooms and ayahuasca took me, I was already able to talk to trees with the focus and the scrying. After I took the ayahuasca, I talk to trees like I talk to you now. And they got a lot of shit to say. I can just do a lecture on tree talk. The mushrooms did a hell of a lot at opening my perspective and opening up different areas of the imagination, which is the fucking greatest thing you can cultivate. Your imagination and how far it could go is an indication of your pineal. I didn't think that before, but your imagination is centered somewhere in pineal activity. Maybe another part of your brain, and the science said, no, it's actually the right lobe. I'm sure it does, but spiritually, it has something to do with the third eye. Because once I started taking the mushrooms, which is shaped like the pineal, it is food for the pineal. And Kalindi was known for giving motherfuckers doses that I don't know. He would have had to hold my motherfucking hand, because me and B.O.B. took a master dose, because that nigga there. I went to his house. I'm like, let's do some shrooms, baby. And I'm thinking we're going to sip some tea and have some giggles. That nigga boiled a pile of that shit. We drank 3 cups and took 2 long shrooms. All I remember is him being in the couch. All I remember was him being in 3 spots. The couch, the chair, and then just saying wild shit. And the way mushrooms hit, they go in cycles. You could be talking like this, and all of a sudden, you turn into this, and you see different visions each time you go into one of them cycles. And I understood immediately, because me and him would be talking, then both of us would do this shit at the same time. Then I said, oh, that's why they said you need to trip together. Like, you don't want to take a mushroom, then someone take one later. You're in different spots. When we took it together, it was hitting, so we was tripping together. So his cat, we was so high, I started going, yo, that cat's a government agent, nigga. Look how that motherfucker keep running on my leg, nigga. And each time you talk, he come to your leg, nigga. Watch. So we watching the cat. Yeah, look at that motherfucker. B.O.B. got rid of the cat the next day. Like, we thought he was a government agent. So I started thinking, yo, my house isn't real. First I started thinking, I said, wait a minute, nigga. You is Satan. And he was sitting like this to the side. And he's like, yeah, I'm Satan. I'm Satan. I said, oh, I think this is real. I said, my house isn't real. And I think I had to think it up. I thought Khadijah up. And I think it's over. I'll know if I could get an Uber. It's taking the address. So I'm in the Uber like, okay. Then I got to my subdivision and was like, okay, that did exist. So when I went upstairs to see Khadijah, I just laid on the floor and said, oh, God damn, I'm never taking mushrooms again. But me and you got to take mushrooms. I don't know what I was saying, but she kept laughing as I came down. I thought he wasn't real. He said he was Satan. And then niggas are telling me they're taking heavier doses with Baba Kalindi. Whoa, that's something. Taking those mushrooms, it opened up my imagination. I can recall, like any nigga, detail. And I want niggas to really understand the essence of this. So I'm gonna get intimate. I can understand the details in my mind of every pussy I ever got. I can always do this because I learned how to do this in cyclomancy, but the level of detail is so profound so realistic in my memory. I totally get it. Something came online. I was always big on imagination and memory. That's your key. Your imagination is how you build worlds. Now here you build them with your hands, thinking. In your true quantum state, from your DNA, from your connection, from your learning, from what it is you love, you're in the world of potential energy. You can mold and shape it as thou wilt to the universe that you desire. That's heaven. But that can only happen outside of the body, which is what you're trying to get. Your true state of luxury defined by you, not defined by a place that you go. The place that you go is just a landscape, a clear map to build your universe. I play a game called Tropico 6. What's that other game? Cityscapes. All of these games, starting from the 90s when I played Age of Empires, which I wish they would have. Then there was all these Age of Empire spin-offs. The concept is you start with a villager in a village and you build a functioning city. I've always done that. I love that because I understand after this Holocaust that I chose to go through to bring others out of, because that's what I do, from the pan faction. Oh, there are factions, nigga. I found out after the ayahuasca, talking to the trees and the mushrooms, people are down here for this is a nursery. Most people who are just born, who come from factions of energy in the universe, areas, comedians are a faction of energy. There's a pansexual energy. Laughter. Pan is a big one. And I'm not just saying that because I'm panicked, because for years I met so many pan motherfuckers. B.O.B. is a pan motherfucker. I don't just say that because that's what I'm on, Baphomet. When I did the ayahuasca, I wanted to find out who B.O.B. was. And the trees told me, oh, he's your brother. He's a pan. We're raised and born of forest energy, tree energy. That's why the ayahuasca started talking to where I'm from. The trees started telling me any place where nature exists, they can move through the quantum world and visit. So in other words, that tree isn't local. The physical structure of the tree is local, but the consciousness of the tree can move through any tree on this planet in any nature structure in the universe. That's a pan energy. So we're able, if we wanted to, without coming back into a human body, through nature, go anywhere we want in any existence, because a lot of these existences are moving for different reasons. Ultimately, to get to the level of consciousness, to understand the death process, and don't think after I tell you this death process, you in like Flint. You have to have enough light to go through this journey. So consciousness is a must. Woke won't get it. If your heart is heavier than a feather, is another way of saying the process we're about to get into, you will fail and come back as a human. You need to learn how to let this go, to be ready genetically to receive that which will transform you. If you are filled with a bunch of bullshit, human thought, which is a virus, the process can't happen. It's a process of light. It's a process of light, which I'm going to show you Beetlejuice does get to this planet. Cosmic wind, which they talk about in here. wind from the cosmos that affects all the suns. And she specifically names Betelgeuse as the sneeze of Atum, which gives us what the Egyptians call our last cosmic ancestor, which is a bacteria. A bacteria, I'll tell you the name, called Lambda phase. And when I see it, I'll make sure I'm saying it right. But this, she talks about in detail to find out what that is in her lecture. That's an easy way. Judy K. King. Look it up. You'll find her one and only lecture promoting this book, which I will get into next and probably lecture on it if it's that detailed. She tells you balls of fire through the baseball diamond, how this depth process works. And she says that's how the Kamites told it. And baseball is a Kemetic invention. That's why it's also a Masonic game, because it's about science, first base, third base, home plate. And she talks about this particular light being on third base that needs to come home from second, first to home, versus the human bacteria, which is on home plate, that needs to get to first place to dominate second, third, home. And if that happens, you're human. Consciousness will let that light come into the DNA, dominate, get home, and then begin the process of transformation and self-creation. That's a simple way of putting what we're going to get into, which she talks about in detail through the baseball concept in here and in a lecture. Here, she just tells you the straight Egyptian Book of the Dead shit, but even though the baseball concept, as I just pointed out, is still Kemetic. Baseball is Kemetic. Nothing is theirs. The great American pastime, nigga shit, nigga shit, nigga shit, nigga shit. So, Horus overcomes Seth, and the rivals are united. The rivals are united. They're talking about your DNA being injected into this new bacteria, this lambda phase. If I'm saying it wrong, I'll get it right once I get to it. And this ancient ancestor taking over your DNA, the 2% now injected as the 98% of all the lifetimes, all your experience now comes online to be dealt with and transformed into the new God. The 2% is Seth. It must become beheaded so that 2% can become the new DNA. The eye of Seth, which you are now dealing with, must become the eye of Horus. So they explain the concept of Seth snatching the eye. They explain the concept of the word as your DNA as Tahuti. And Tahuti, the word, helps restore in the mythology the eye of Horus. You must become the eye of Horus to become Osiris, the Green Lord. Taking the ayahuasca, it showed me at the northern lights, the depth process is happening. You see the green on the bottom and the white at the top. What is happening is the green represents the dead becoming the Osiris, meeting the sun god at the sunboat of Ra, the bark. It's happening before your face. These are the ascended ones making it out, getting the sunboat. That's the northern lights. under the pole star. So when you get this flat earth concept, which when you die, she says the earth is flat from that perspective, from the quantum perspective. We're not talking about from the physical shit, because you stupid niggas have now made it a religion. Who gives a fuck if it's flat or if it's round? You stuck on it. You in jail. Anybody still talking about that dumb shit is a fucking agent or a fucking idiot. Stop inundating motherfucking niggas. Stop inundating with fucking facts about a flat fucking earth or a round earth. You should concentrate on getting the fuck off of it, bitch. The results in the restoration of the Eye of Horus and the risen Osiris, the green at the northern lights is the risen Osiris. Those aren't people. Those are an energy stream. That what you're seeing is an energy stream that you must become a part of. That energy stream is the weakest part, and we're going to get all this in, of the magnetosphere. That's where you have to will yourself for the process of changing your DNA to become the God. If you're not ready, you can't make it through that green stream. You got to become the Eye of Horus versus the Eye of Set, which you are, to deliver it to the Osiris, which means there's a DNA happening that must trigger this event. We're going to get there. This is a DNA happening, a cellular happening that must happen in this world. You must will yourself to certain places for this chemical response to begin. There's a failure aspect to it. That failure aspect is based upon how human you still are. I got the deepest, fakest niggas talking to me, and when I dissect their conversation spiritually, it is devoid. It is a grand production of wokeism. But the heart of it is you just trying to eat. And I understand that. I know how to eat deliciously, but this has nothing to do with that. So you're trying to pretend that you're helping some people, but you're just trying to be a celebrity with your fans. I don't have fans. I like to think I have students. I like to think this is about the information and not about me. I like to think the people who decide to text me and believe that I have nothing else to do but answer your fucking dumbass questions that you should be on Google, you should be past, you should be finding out now, or you asking the wrong motherfucker. I talk for hours doing this. This is the gift. I do not fuck around answering email questions. It's a waste of time for me. I can't do it. It's too much raw tonnage of niggas. So when you keep asking me questions and then I'm ignoring it, you don't get it, then I'm tired of it and finally say, why don't you look Google? You're becoming a vampire. Fuck you, nigga. But last week, can I take a picture? Oh, Brother Panic, what you did for me, what you doing for me, and what you doing for the people is so fucking magical. Here, I want you to meet my daughter. She listens to you too. Okay, that's great. But see, I can see the fakeness in it. I know when it's real. There's plenty of real motherfuckers. Don't get me wrong. 98%, like your junk DNA, is real. There's the 2% I can see through that shit. I can see that shit before I was conscious. And that same person, what they're really trying to do is develop a relationship Get me to know them there so they can think they have a personal assistant now. I met them, I met their daughter. So now when they text me and say, Panic, tell me someone who's good on the science of time. What the fuck do I know? I don't fucking know what I don't even know what that question means. Know what I'm saying? Go on fucking YouTube. So they want to ask these things thinking they have a stream to me. So when I finally say enough, fuck you, nigga, the same person that's telling me I love you, taking pictures, coming to fucking lecture in their town, they're going to other towns for lecture. Why are you doing that? And it's so easy to say, fuck you, nigga. If you really felt it a certain way and I did something foul, just say, your parent, that was uncalled for. It kind of hurt my feelings. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Let's talk. What's the okay, let me just explain from another perspective. I think this, I did that. Everything you asking me, I went to learn myself. So I know you can do it. I did it. I wasn't born from Saturn. I was born, maybe I have a gift to read and okay, good. But you still got to do this. No one could do it for you. And you prove what's real. You prove what's real when it becomes fuck you, nigga. You prove that you don't give a fuck about what I'm talking about because I'm not here to be a personal assistant, or if I'm not friendly or your friend, what do you give a fuck? There's been years and years of information. That's what you should find. That's what you should be a fan of. Information. And if they're not telling you any information, if they're telling you gossip, great. If you love it, enjoy it. But let's not kid ourselves at what it is. But you cannot, if you're serious about this shit, you cannot play that game. You have to leave this behind. You do. You're going to find your mama, your auntie, all of them ain't your mama or your auntie. You can honor them as such because as humans, you had this experience with that consciousness, let's say, in that position. But what happens in your next life? What happens in their next life when they're your brother and your sister? So are they really your mother? I know me and my sister, Reese, had previous connections. My aunt, who's conscious and has been conscious since the 70s, my aunt Yokevet, which when I joined the community was kind of well known. I was not really shocked, but shocked. And I always knew, I knew her from somewhere and had beef with her. For some fucking reason, I could not stand my aunt Yokevet. I remember at my 5th birthday, my stepfather took me to get a bike. It was the first time riding a bike without training wheels, and he was riding me in the park. What he was doing was wasting time because my mother planned a surprise party and people were getting there. So wasted time, got there, came with the bike, surprise, everybody was there. I told my mom's, Ma, she gotta go. For what? I don't know. I remember my aunt being upset but leaving. I wanted her gone. I just felt as if there was beef. Then one time I went to a house and my fucking General Custer doll was sitting on her goddamn shelf. Ma, what the fuck? I was looking for that. Oh, I gave it to her. She liked it. What the fuck do you mean? Give me that shit. I'll get you another one. No more that shit. I hate her ass. And for years, I just never fucked with her. It felt like I always had beef with her. Now, when I later grew up, became conscious, I was at a Risha girl's house. Somebody gave me a crystal, held the crystal, and remembered, had a memory. It was obsidian of my sister getting sick and my aunt putting crystals on her stomach. Made me call my aunt. We started talking, reconnecting conscious, blah, blah, blah. She's been to lectures. She's been on stage with me and so on and so forth. But I know overwhelmingly that I knew her from another life. And I knew she wasn't my aunt before. So I will honor her as an aunt and honor that energy for what it is. But that's just this lifetime. This place isn't real. You are by yourself. You have to, I honor my aunt, but my transformation is the most important thing. The best thing I could do for her is recommend this book. But nothing else I could do. You born alone, you die alone for a reason. This is your honor, your birthright, and your understanding. God damn, I keep stopping because there's just so much to say, niggas. I hope this is interesting. I know y'all excited about hearing what I got to say, and I'm not trying to hang on because the information will keep us here for hours, and we will be here for hours. But there's so much shit that just needs to be out the way. I'm sorry. All right. So, along with the restoration of Horus, the Eye of Horus and the risen Osiris, along with the birth of the king's new form, which is nourished, clothed, and rising in the cast like the morning star. The risen king is now the great word. He issues from cold water, and his double goes with him wherever he goes. This story mirrors the hero's journey, which turns out to be simply a chemical reaction played out on the quantum stage. Let me say that again. So what we know through mythology as the hero's journey, the story of Horus, but all the hero journeys, Perseus, Hercules, Shango, I'm sure he did something as a hero. You know what I'm saying? You hear this story of the hero constantly. Listen again. The story of the hero's journey turns out to be simply a chemical reaction played out on a quantum stage. So the hero's journey is death. The hero's journey is death. You go in trying to restore the Eye of Horus. You hear me? The hero's journey is death. You must go in as the hero, not the human. The Haru. The Haru. Remember when Phil was saying it? Haru. Saying it like Phil Valentine. You must be Haru, not the human. The scientific funerary texts proclaim that the human body harbors an immortal consciousness. The human body harbors an immortal consciousness. We've been calling that immortal consciousness your soul, that can choose to be transformed at death into a longer living species by means of a specific chemical pathway. So the Egyptians knew a specific way to the eternal life, to everlasting life. And listen to the words. The human body harbors an immortal consciousness, the soul, that can choose to be transfigured. Your choice is humanity or leaving it behind. When I leave it behind for consciousness, true consciousness, as I laid out, I'm choosing everlasting life. If I don't choose everlasting life, I'm gonna call myself woke and try to expand my likes on YouTube and Facebook. I look for fans who like Hotep, melanin. It makes them feel good, superior to white people. You got melanin, they don't. You're Egyptian. They're not. You're the first man. He's later. He's an animal. You're divine. He's oppressing you. He's a beast. You're God. You're special. You're chakras. They love that woke shit. Black lives don't really matter. It's a hoax. Love that woke shit. But you're choosing a human perspective, therefore choosing death. Hotep. By means of a specific chemical pathway, the secret knowledge inscribed in the pyramids of the 5th and 6th dynasties was only for the king and royal families. Consciousness, the shit that you're getting for free on YouTube, that you're fucking squandering, was put aside for special motherfuckers or motherfuckers in society who claim to be special. Because that's how valuable this is. And because you're woke now, you don't even know the value of the shit you're getting. Shout out to my brother Tef in Scotland, living in a fucking castle, Teferu Azar. I only wish he decides to put up some of the lectures he did in the early 2000s. It will fuck you up. Shout out to my man Roswell, original Eye Opener. If you don't know who Eye Opener is, it's us, bitch. It's us. Brother Shabazz, the founder, the honorable Brother Shabazz Allah, the founder of Eye Opener Productions, put a big spark back into the conscious community when it was dying. Put me on, Tef, Rich, Sister Tyra. We're talking about Brother Dark Skin Rich, not Brother Richard. I want to shout out Brother Richard. I'm going to talk about him next too, Brother Rich. So another Brother Rich, Teflon Roswell. Roswell, a clip of one of his videos, chess. He did an esoteric video on chess, which is out fucking standing. He also did one on comic books, which is unmatched in its science. I love it. And I love Roswell because he understands in his heart, and that's where he radiates from, never to take yourself too fucking seriously. He's also another brother I could get with, Tef too, and we laugh for hours. That childlike energy is a DNA advanced attribute that shows he's done work. The work necessary for choosing to be transformed at death is that. If you take yourself seriously, that means you take your humanity, what? Seriously. And if you take your humanity seriously, what choice are you making? Deep nigga? I had a deep nigga say, Panic, I would like you to be on my show. I said, I have to be honest, and it doesn't come from ego or nothing like that. After lecturing since 2004, there is no show I can really do that's going to make more people say, oh, fuck, where was this guy? Occult science is something you have to find. I've always preferred someone get to a level where they can hear what I'm doing. I don't want to capture more minds. I don't want you to necessarily spread me to someone who's doing something else. If they're looking for this, pass, this brother Panic talked about it, but I told my friend about your class. No, because I want this person to be greedy in their heart for what I have. not just doing it because they're woke. And that's what woke people do, take woke classes. This is not that. I will give you, there's sometimes I do classes. Mind you, I have a class coming up in October. So all of you who paid, and I didn't realize it was so many for my last class. I just did the list. Goddamn. So everybody who paid, class is about to go down. You still can get in class. So if you still want to take the class, now's the time. Make a payment, get on the list. We're going mid-October is when we start, 4 weeks, Sunday. I'm about to do the schedule, about to give everybody the links. It's on. I didn't realize it was that many people. So class still happens. My website, let's do this before we really get into this. Occultlectures.com. Occultlectures.com. Boink. See that? I think I'm pointing in the right corner. If it's not this corner, it's that corner. But I think it's this corner, right here. That's where you'll see the YouTube channel you're on. Occult Lectures. That is me. Everybody else is just copying my stuff, which I allow and don't mind. Even though I see niggas eating deliciously, doing their little commercial thing, I don't care. This information is all of ours. So there's niggas who cut my shit up that I had to deal with because they'll cut something up out of context and people are asking me different shit. So they're trying to get dramatic shit. I get that too. But for the most part, Occult Lectures is what I put out, and that's the website. On that website, classes, books, herb packs, baths, oils, CDs, maybe, a couple of the negativity, fuck up fluid, put on the back of your neck. Any negativity gets it, whatever negative situation, job, work, Uber, get you straight. And then to attract, the rose spray for the heart, business, friendships, relationships, business relationships, work relationships, helps to smooth a person out, get them to see you more lovable, and your prowess and likability will go up. This is done. All the girls had to put it down because too many niggas was coming. Too many dick offers after the rose spray. It's powerful shit. Powerful shit. And you can get it at the website. I want to shout out also, and I'm going to put at the beginning one of my great songs with the advertisement for joint consultations. Khadijah and I are now doing joint consultations. It's something we started at lectures. The lectures are a smash success. If America gets back to some semblance, which I really don't think it's going to do, but let's just say it does, and somehow we get back to gatherings, you know what I'm saying? They're going to try to make sure everyone gets a vaccine and all the rest of that crap. We know the story. But if we get back to it, I forgot what I was going to fucking say about lectures. Doesn't matter. When we were doing consultations, we did the lecture on Saturday. We stayed the extra day, and whoever was in the lecture came back the next day to the hotel to do consultations with us. It was incredible, the joint consultations, what we were uncovering and finding. So much so we decided to do it at home. So you can get that at Khadijah's website, Samdi Readings, SAMEDIREADINGS.com, Samdi Readings. Or you could go to my website, Boink, Occult Lectures, and there's a link to her page. You could also get readings from her and her class, which is based upon the chakra system, new breakthrough information, spiritual channels, which are fucking incredible. All you got to do is look at her testimonials. Her class is fucking incredible. I'm not just selling that to you. It's a must. If you take my class and take her class almost was developed missing in the places I couldn't really go. So I deal with the chakras, and I have to give 3 hours of pre-recorded chakra information because otherwise we'd be there an extra day, because that's how important the chakras are. So her class developed a detail. Wait, because my class deals with the mind, the subconscious mind, pineal. Her class deals with the heart, the chakras, and the emotional system. Fire. Go sign up, and or like I said, sign up for one of the consultations. We'll fix your life, relationship from a spiritual perspective, kids from a spiritual perspective. We deal with old wounds. And you talking to a wounded ass nigga who knows and did a lot spiritually to release, overcome, and forgive. Which we'll find most of your trauma is based upon that scenario. Your mama, your papa, or your lack of. So as someone who went through it, we deal with that. We deal with anything you really want to talk to from a spiritual perspective. So go ahead and make those arrangements at Somni Readings. Now, let me get all this out the way because I'm talking all this shit, but shit talking is going to stop, and because we got a lot to go through. So as I'm informing you, once we rely heavier on this information as we go down the road, the information that I informed you is going to be there, and you're going to need that as we deal with certain concepts. So you're going to see we're going to get harder with it. I want to shout out Brother Rich, Underground Railroad. Brother Rich, how you doing, brother? When I told Rich about this and went through it with him, he was flabbergasted. He was in awe of this discovery. He said, this is absolutely, positively what the Black community has been waiting for. And it took me, like I said, I tried since 2004 to dissect this information. Ashe, Baba Kalindi. Baba Kalindi! Ashe! Because that brother came through and released the beast. You don't know. You don't not feel like it's it. I done it. I got it. This is everything I got into this shit for. How to die and not come back. The greatest question a nigga ever posed. Let's do it. Come on, I keep fucking with y'all. Let's do it. I know y'all getting mad. Some of y'all just start saying it, nigga. Fuck you, nigga. You got to listen to everything. Bye for me. All right. These Old Kingdom pyramid texts deny the death of the king, encouraging him to wake for the afterlife journey through the dark Duat. Remember, the place of transformation. So the Duat, the underworld, is the place of transformation. I once sat next to someone, I can't remember who it was, who was saying on camera how he's seen the underworld, and it's a dark, dismal place. And I'm sitting there going, what in the fuck are you talking about? In my mind. I wouldn't say it to the person because I don't give a fuck about debating, arguing, or correcting some nigga. He's got to get there. But listen closely to this information, our information revealed, not what this bitch is coming up with. And whatever if she did do this by herself, because it's our information, it can only come from, if it's coming from her mind, it's coming from her spirit. And if it's coming from her spirit, our shit, which will be clearly decoded, is coming from us. Our ancestors own and have this birthright. If they told this white lady, it's because they knew she could get it printed. And if they told this white lady, they knew one day as in today, it's going to get back to us. And we have it now. In 2004, I couldn't understand it. The spirit kept me out because it wasn't time. Because if I would have figured this out in 2004, it would have been along my lectures, and it wouldn't be as important as it is now, because we are at that moment now. Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice. We are at the time of transformation. There was another time, and I documented it back in the 2000s. I kept telling Bobby, something happened where ancestors left. That's a big statement. You know, how like the ancestors are doing this now. Ancestors and the ancestors. I said, no, there's a light event, whatever it was some cosmic at the time, and it happened. I never even talked about it because it's too bold of a statement for a channel without proof. That means you have to believe me. And so it's something I kept and I knew. I also felt that shit when the Beetlejuice shit happened. A big ancestral migration. In other words, our opportunity emerged in the Duat, the underworld, that let people who didn't have as much light as conscious people do get out. Swing low, sweet chariot, coming forth to carry me home. That's Beetlejuice. The mothership is light. That's Beetlejuice. Carried by cosmic wind, which the Egyptians knew about, and you're about to know too. How Beetlejuice got here, how it influences our sun, as I fucking told you in the last lecture. Camite proof now. And as that sunlight is filled with lambda phase, lambda photon, I'll get it right. Light bacteria. It shoots that to the dead king, Osiris. And it restarts to reform in the Duat, where you meet Ra at the staircase. That's the northern lights. To get on the mothership to carry you through the cosmic sea. Back to your origin in a quantum world, quantum reality. To build your universe, nigga. You a star, baby. Be one. Angela Jolie and them motherfuckers. Now you should understand why they adopt those black kids. Because if they could get a black kid to love them, to call them mom, all they got to do is just be a mother. Send the kid to college. Make sure he or she gets all the food, all the nice clothes. Give him that nice white life, the same portion I got from Mr. O'Shea. They will love the shit out of them and call them mom. And then when they die, and that black person dies, mom is here in the Duat. Oh, she can merge with me. I love her. And Angela Jolie is now saved. Brad Pitt is now saved. Madonna is now saved based upon black kids loving them like a pet. You heard? That's why they doing that. You think it's some earthly shit. They doing rituals. Rituals. You know ritual they got to do. The only ritual they got to be is that black kid's mother. Because they're preparing, because they understand, because they could buy this information. They witches, nigga. The Kardashian is a coven of witches. They are draining the shit out of them niggas. Kanye West is nothing but a fucking shell. A ego-filled, empty fucking gas station for these fucking savage, witch, vampiric bitches. All them bastards, they turned Bruce Jenner into a fucking woman. They doing it over there. Witches, nigga. And They pay for information on death and the secrets to death. If you have money and you know it could be bought, what the fuck would be stopping you? And if they understand the real shit, they gotta use niggas as a tool. The more niggas they connect with is the more connections they have in the duat. It's not like the girl in the duat's gonna make a chance. They in a state of flux. So the consciousness, which is still in this state in the duat, your DNA is still there, your presence of mind is still there. They know their mom. They know their dad. And just like I seen my step-grandfather merge with my grandmother to get into this afterlife, that's what they're doing, son. Yeah, y'all ready to get it. The place of transformation, to do what? So here's the order in which the funerary text, and here's some of the names. The first text we'll call the pyramid text. That's in the archaic period. Oh, in the archaic period, I ain't gonna say all the numbers in the BC, that shit don't matter. In the archaic period, nothing. In the Old Kingdom was the pyramid text and then the coffin text next. Old Kingdom and Middle Kingdom. And in the Middle Kingdom was the Book of Two Ways. In the New Kingdom, the Book of the Dead. In the New Kingdom, the Amduat, then the Book of Gates, the Book of Caverns. The third intermediate period is Ethiopian rulers of Egypt and their coffin text. So those are, there's more, and I think she lists them, some of the funerary texts in the order in which they were presented. So putting all this information again, and she makes a lot of statement from the text. I'm gonna get into it. So again, the pyramid text, the Book of Two Ways, the Amdot, the Book of Gates, the Book of Caverns, the Book of the Dead, the Edifice of Taharqara, and RV1, Tomb of Ramses, S1, Tomb of Seti, IS, Idea Strands. So you'll see her refer to these codes as well, and that's what they are. So duality, let's talk about duality for a while. What is below is like what is that above. What is above is like that which is below, to accomplish the miracles of one thing. So this is we know this is as above, so below, the law of correspondence. I think it's the second law of Tahuti. Second law, the correspondence, as above, so below. But it further says to accomplish the miracle of one thing. So it's first telling you to think of what you know or what you can possibly know about the human body on its cellular level, on its practical level, on its microcosmic level, and apply it to the macrocosmic universe and to the process of death. So meaning nothing happens up there that can't be understood through the microcosm down here. So this is another reason why you know thyself. To know thyself is once you understand the mystery of death, you can relate because you know the process of self. You know the inner workings of your power. So when you go to a place where these powers are used for transformation, because you know what they are, you did meditations, you did mantras, you did astral travel, you did lucid dreaming. You did all these things to exercise that portion that sleeps down here because it's not in use. When it's time to get in use, it's well trained and exercised and up for the task. That's called consciousness. Wokeness is a new vocabulary and a new way of speaking and dressing and twisting your hair into twisties. Consciousness is a true inner journey, understanding that which is above is below. So what you have access to is what is below. What you will have access to and will be an expert in, if you study that which is below, you'll be an expert of there. As above, so below. As the deceased states, the two skies go in me. The two earths come to me. This is PT, which is the pyramid text, 332. Briefly put, superstring theorists share the same opinion as Hermes. What is below is that which is above. So she's saying modern day quantum physicians who have the theories of superstring theory has a what is above, below agreement with Hermes. If Hermes could say more, he might tell us that death enables us to journey from the visible world to the dual invisible Planck length universe where our afterlife begins. However, Hermes would also remind us that the design Egyptian afterlife is only accessible to those who have knowledge of the paths. Listen, the Egyptian afterlife is only accessible to those who have knowledge of the paths. So if you do not feel like listening to me anymore, go get the book, because she gives you all the knowledge of the paths, meaning all the knowledge of the paths that we have known, discovered, wrote on walls, wrote on caskets, is now returned to us through this information. Go get it. It's yours, not hers. It's yours. This is nigger shit. No matter how white and pasty the deliverer is, don't let that fool you. We run this shit. They are running around it. Your spirit is what is in command, even though it looks funky while you wear a mask. You're in command, nigga. You just have to step up and choose it, as they said. We're not choosing it. Choose to be a god. Choose it. Fucking around, nigga. And don't come to my house with your fucking humanity. I want to spit on your feet. I restrain myself. It's disgusting. We need to do this, and we should be doing that for the people. No, the people need to do for them fucking selves. You have a choice to make, nigga. Stop pussyfooting around with your wokeness. With your wokeness, nigga. Heru. 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 The Egyptian idea, so wait, accessible to only who has knowledge of the past. Listen, there was a specific understanding of what you need to do with death. All I hear is niggas, I ain't coming back no more, Penny. I don't want to come back. If you don't know the pathways to get out, your ass is coming back. Here you go. I'm proud to give it to you in this long lecture, and you gotta hear all the other shit to get to it. But we gonna get to it though, I promise you that. All right, so the Egyptian idea of the afterlife, in the interest of learning more about the system of signs that seem to eliminate the fear of death for those who possess the knowledge, the kings and nobility. Nobility today represents stars. So Brad Pitt, Angela Jolie, Jennifer Aniston, I think she adopted a Negro. Those adopting a Negro, or probably in some place doing Negro rituals, like Tom Cruise was turning Jamie Foxx and Will Smith on to something. Because there was a time Will Smith was hanging around with him, and fucking around with Scientology for a little bit. I don't know if he joined up, but he was doing dumb interviews. Well, have you ever read a book called The Alchemist? It's the greatest book ever. The Alchemist. I'm like, somebody told you to read that, and you're just saying that. You could just tell the way he was saying it, it didn't hit his heart. It was just something to say. But which reveals that somebody is trying to put them on the consciousness, or they're doing something. They're not just walking around this motherfucker doing this dance. Then Jamie Foxx, after he did that movie where he was in the taxi cab for a while, Jamie Foxx was telling the stories where he was hanging with Tom Cruise. So they probably was fucking, but all of this is eating ceremony, eating rituals, eating and feeding off of these niggas. They know what they're doing, or if not, they're going someplace in these places to eat. They need niggas. Let's just get to it. They need niggas because genetically, you're going to see this is a genetic thing. And that's how I know for a fact. Now, I know they're not getting out. And why I'm so bursting, why I keep talking, because if there was any mystery to death, the mystery would create fear. And that's really what people fear about death. It's unknown. But listen again. The system of signs that seem to eliminate the fear of death, eliminate the fear of death for those who possessed the knowledge. Now that I've gotten into this and have a full understanding, my understanding of death completes every work that I dug into. Because when you wipe all this consciousness shit away, the end goal is niggas is really just trying to understand death. You want to die as a Moor, die as a Nuwabian in the philosophy, Islam, Christian, Hebrew Israelite. You think of the death ritual that you're going to see, whatever that is. You're going to see whatever you choose to see. You're running this. But you can't get out unless you realize that you're running this. So when you get there and wait for Allah, there is a portion of this that is automatic, they say, once you're in the right position and have the right stuff. So the jury's out if, let's say, you're calling this process Allah or Jesus. It doesn't say that that may negate you from it, depending on, it may not just be conscious, it may be something in the heart, something you've done in other lives that makes your DNA worthy. So much so, you may have not gotten out the last life because you may have had to come back and do something else that was a little bit more mundane, but you may from other lives be that nigga. So even though in this life you are now inundated with Christianity or Islam or whatever, you still may have in your DNA the necessary tools to make the journey. So you may be calling it Allah or Jesus and still get out if you are able to make it there. But, and that's only saying if you previously understood those pathways. Because when I first was reading this book and couldn't make heads or tails of it, Bobby Hemmett called him, "Yo, you're supposed to do all of this and know the pathways. We ain't going nowhere. We don't know no pathways." He said, He said, because as Egyptians, we did that work, the knowledge of the pathways is still in our DNA. Here's the problem. We are so inundated these days, and that's the war effort of white people to give you an abundance of human grief. Even though you die and have these pathways in you, your mind is still inundated with all the work that you think you needed to do. Black Lives Matter, police are doing this. We never had all these record companies, and Tyler Perry wore dresses, black men, we got to stop it, then you're a human fucking again. And you didn't get to a point where these pathways in the DNA emerged because you're still, even though they're in you, in your DNA, because of the Kemetic work we did, you can't get to it. So it has to be in the forefront of your mind. or your ability, or you have to truly be over humanity, because there is learning still in the Duat. It is the place of transformation. And for instance, my aunt, who was the first spirit to get to me, when she came, she was a devout Muslim, prayed 5 times a day, wore the shit. My grandfather, who was conscious, occult conscious, Necronomicon level. I'm gonna talk about Lovecraft too. Nothing to really talk about, but I'll mention it because that's our shit. What was I saying? What the fuck was I just talking about? Yeah, that's when I'm starting to get deeper in the spirit, because I don't even remember what the fuck I was talking about. But let me talk about, oh, it was good too. Let me see. Let me look at the whole page, maybe. I'm in the spirit. I don't even, it's not even a clue. But I start thinking, it takes me out of the spirit. That's when it's, we're gonna be here. We're gonna be here. Nigga, we're gonna be here. Let me get a spirit song. We're gonna be here, nigga. We're gonna get one of these crunches. Ashe, carbohydrates. So, first, Lovecraft. I've been watching it. It is definitely in the spirit. Listen, this is old news. It's good to see niggas doing it. I do like that guy, Jordan Peele. I think he's semi-conscious when I look at his work. But understand this. This is how it could go both ways with that. He's Black Lives Matter conscious, no doubt. Is he occult conscious? Though Lovecraft's work, Necronomicon, Lovecraft Country, based upon the writings of a guy named H.P. Lovecraft. Born, this shit is so powerful, I have a chapter in my book on the Necronomicon. This is our shit. I do, in my class, the last subject we talk about is Necronomicon, because it comes down to that. Niggas doing the Necronomicon scared me, because I'm just waiting. I already got that. I didn't have to wait long for them to fuck it up. You know what I'm saying? I just knew, because I know the story. H.P. Lovecraft wrote a lot of stories, short stories. He was born in 1920 or whatever. He's an OG from white, nerd, noble, shut-in, who wrote these stories from his dreams. Prior to that, our standard for scary shit was Dracula, The Mummy, Frankenstein, and Edgar Allan Poe shit. Vincent Price movies was the manifestation of what was scary. H.P. Lovecraft, his writing was so profound. His bitch is Stephen King. Stephen King will tell you, Lovecraft's dad, he invented that type of shit well, very well. Then he revealed, because the stories would pick up on each other, so much so that they became, he first wrote something called The Hound, where he first talked about the old ones. And he talked about the mad Arab who went to the desert and channeled the great old ones. And he also talked about how to summon these great old ones. Then he started writing more and more about these great old ones: Cthulhu, Shub-Niggurath, Yog-Sothoth, Yig, Nyarlathotep. I think I said Shub-Niggurath. So I break down in my book the primal energies in the body before the human gets involved. Here's a great example. Kali. Our Kali Yuga, which is over, you can see how the glass is severely broke, fell off the wall. In my spirit room, that's it. It's over. We're in the golden age, baby. It's your turn. They don't know what to do. Get in the house, put a mask on. We're going to see what you niggas become after this Beetlejuice, which shoots off that lambada phase energy. So it automatically hits the DNA here. And through the death experience, this energy, this light that conscious people were cultivating through knowledge, the regular people now have. Swing low, sweet chariot, coming forth to carry me home. You niggas have been rescued from Orion by what is a tomb, creating a new world. That's a sneeze, they say, or a tomb busting off is a supernova. Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice. It hits the suns and redistributes light to you. This ancient light, the Egyptians call our cosmic ancestor, a bacteria called Labada photage. I'm gonna get it right, phase something. I'm gonna get it right. Hotel. So Lovecraft Country. So Lovecraft, I want to keep going with that. His writings, because they were dreams and they were continuing, collectively, people started calling them the Cthulhu mythos. Then a little bit later, people started calling it the Necronomicon. Now, what he did, because these short stories that were featured in a comic book called Weird Tales, when my grandfather, who I said was conscious, when me and my aunt, who I said was conscious, was cleaning out his house after he passed, I found a box of them motherfucking Weird Tales with true Necronomicon stories. Some of them were for 1920. I only wish I knew what I had back then. I would have had them now. And I was reading the actual Necronomicon stories, which my grandfather was fucking with already. He was a crazy book nigga. I have a picture. My sister went to my uncle's house, got a picture, old pictures. It was one with my grandfather holding me and him always argue. He was a grump. I used to stand on the top of the stairs just so I could be face to face to argue with this nigga. My uncle told me one time I was doing that and said, "That's why you're going to die before me, motherfucker." I remember he threw me out during Thanksgiving when I was 6. The cops made me go back upstairs. Me and him went through it. Now, this picture, he's holding me smiling. That was incredible. I wanted to blow it up. And he had books all over his shelf, and I knew he was a cult. I said, now that I study books, see what he had. Blew the picture up, couldn't read nothing but one fucking book. The one book on his shelf that I could see was fucking Cyclomancy. God damn. Now listen, I went to Rhode Island to fuck some bitch because, well, fuck some queen, because that's where the spirit was leading me. When I asked the goddess to reveal to me any secret, no matter what it is, when I came pure of heart, I woke up 2 hours later with Muslim things, hives. That's the first call I made to Bobby Emmett. He said, hives, he was eating cereal or something. Well, hives are the Shiva energy. You ask the goddess, and she bless you with the Shiva energy. After that, girl. I was going all around the country, just spreading dick. Philly, Rhode Island. In Rhode Island, I went to a used bookstore and found a book called Cyclomancy. It was from the 60s. I talked about this book so much, it was out of print. So I talked about it so much, printed it up. And then people were getting it from me. Sold it. Became pop, made a PDF. I told people took what I made a PDF, and I said, if you could get it on PDF. If you can't, you still buy it from me. And so, but I explained how powerful that book is, and it is. like I said, it expanded my imagination. I knew how to move things. Now with my mind, I used to be in New York City practicing that, trying to get people to go to sleep on the train opposite me, trying to get ladies' legs to open opposite me, trying to, in the summer, trying to get titties to rise. All worked, all good. All the Hasidic Jews, give them itching attacks, they easy. Just make them start scratching on the train. All from psychomancy, get this shit. It will show you exercises on expanding your mind. When you expand mind, you'll have the presence to do what you need to do for them pathways. So let me sum this up. So Lovecraft said, my stories, I'm going to make them public domain, which means anybody can write on it. Anybody could take my exact story, do it over. So if you fast forward, that's why you have Lovecraft Country, because you can do that with no strings. It's popular. It's a thing. Black people never been presented in it. And this dude has done great with Us and the one before that, you know, with the T, the Hypnotized, you know which one, the first one he did, where the bitch was stirring the tea. You're in the sunken place. He did good with that. So you would say, is he an occultist because of Lovecraft? Well, Lovecraft, and there's a book called The Necronomicon Files by Daniel something Gomes III and another guy. And it's called The Necronomicon Files. And they tell you about the 3 places that Lovecraft has made an impact. That was writing, movies, and in the occult world. In the occult world, there's an argument. The occultist, he's occult, these are dreams, we can decode it. But Lovecraft himself was not an occultist. So he would say, these are just dreams. So then there's a whole, these are just dreams, guys. He was just a great writer that modeled the whole shit. So now from his writing, movies like The Phantom, Aliens, in fact, H.R. Gruger, he's an artist. He has a book, a rare book. I have a signed copy of his book. It's very big, and he did variations on Baphomet, and the drawing of what became Species, the movie, is his. That's his design. He also did the design for Alien, this artist, Gruger. But it's from one of his famous drawing, occult drawing books based upon Baphomet and other shit. And the Alien and Species is in this book. I have a signed copy of this shit from Amazon or something. So those movies, Phantoms, and back in the days, Creature from the Black Lagoon, The Blob, everything that Stephen King's done is a direct imitation of what H.P. Lovecraft is in his time. H.P. Lovecraft in this time would be a better Stephen King, and Stephen King will tell you that. So another sidebar, people were going into bookstores asking for the book Necronomicon, based upon rumors. Never was a book, but it was something that was public domain, meaning anybody could repeat and copy it. Someone did. A bookstore owner named Simon. In 1977, there's a Simon's Necronomicon. So if you look for the Necronomicon, you're going to find Simon's version, which he used Sumerian deities, which are not Lovecraft's channel deities. In my book, I deal with Lovecraft's 7 main channel deities and connect them to what they are spiritually for you. Powerful shit. Now, so Lovecraft is really the father of modern horror. Cabin in the Woods, Evil Dead. Sam Raimi's whole career is a Necronomicon beginning. In college, Sam Raimi made the Necronomicon series Evil Dead. He eventually went on to make Spider-Man and all the rest of that good shit. He's a top director, but he was a Necronomicon fiend. Most kids get into it because you have to study Lovecraft as a script writer because he's such a phenomenal writer that influenced so much. So Jordan Peele, perhaps, because I don't know him, what it apparently looks like based upon me judging consciousness, he studied Lovecraft as a script writer. He studied Lovecraft, understanding a writer, and understanding that it's public domain, it becomes free reign to take those ideas and make a Negro show with it. So I was reluctant because I'm like, he's gonna fuck up the concept with his humanity. He did. To me, he almost had it. When the black dude in the second episode got to these white people who's doing all their special Necronomicon rituals, you know, they got this secret know-it-all shit that we seem to always be victimized by mentality. So I already knew that was going to happen. They started talking about this founder and the black dude's bloodline connected to this Necronomicon shit. Now, my dick moved a little bit because if Jordan would have said this black dude birthright was this Necronomicon shit, something in his DNA, in his blood, I would have said, wow, now we doing a show. He at least is trying, that would at least say, without saying, all of those white people doing whatever they're doing got it from us, which is the truth. That's when I would say Jordan's turning the table, he's displaying power. And that would have been a subtle, smart way, saying that this dude's bloodline was this. He's born to this. And they are saying that and doing that, but he's born to it because this white man was fucking his great, great, great whoever who was a slave. So his blood is now down with this ancient occult shit because his grandmother fucked a white man. And I get it. That's all these niggas know in terms of who and what they are. So everything must revolve and evolve around a slave origin. So his Necronomicon connection, where he is genetically has the right to sit at the table with the rest of these motherfuckers, is because his great grandmother was getting raped by a white man. So the white blood is what makes him a part of the clique. That's what he's subtly saying. So what this psychologically tells me, Jordan Peele is not conscious for real. He's a Black Lives Matter guy, because right at that moment, that's where you seize the fucking opportunity to tell your real story without actually stepping on toes. And I could see that, and I'm not a script writer. I would have said, because he almost had it. He said, boy, he gets over because his bloodline is us. He has the right. I'm like, the right bloodline. Oh shit, I started unzipping my fucking dick. Because I thought the next line was, he's born to this shit. This shit is ancient. It is him. We're getting it from him. He just doesn't remember. I get that because that's what's happening. He's knocked on his head. He doesn't remember, but he is it, the source. And they don't have to say it like I'm saying it. All they have to say is, he's born, this is natural and it's in his bloodline. They could say, our slaves were doing this in the backyard. We caught them doing it. And we demanded that they let us in, and he's showing this slave shit. And that's how they got in. Something we brought from Africa. Anything or any story that you need to say, this is ours. If you're going to display this ancient shit and put niggas in it, I get it. I think, let me say this though. Let me say this. Him getting that done and connecting niggas to the Necronomicon, I will have to say, and give him props is enough to take home the fucking award. Bobby Hemmett would say, man, they will not let niggas into science fiction because the Necronomicon is occult shit. And there's a lot of nigga faces. What I see him doing, I am glad to see more than not see. But it still tells me the story of his true consciousness, which is not bad. Because I don't expect everyone to be what we are or what we should be. So I think it's a big strike. I give him an excellent nod and a handshake. But damn, like I said, that was a moment. But it was a moment that only showed, you know, how far he is. You know what I'm saying? In terms of consciousness. But in terms of taking strides and breakthroughs, thumbs up. He's brought back scary movies, not even just because they're black people. Scary movies is black now. But, you know what I'm saying? The last thing they had, and it still was stupid, was that dude with them kids with that ghoul mask on. They did about 5 of them shits. I don't even remember the name of the shit. But that was in the 90s. Nothing in the 2000s was a series. You know, they killed it with all them Freddys and Jasons. It never came back. Scary movie fans stayed with whatever they got going. They almost came back with that, which became Annabelle. I forgot the first one was fire. Then they did 5 other fucked up ones. Now they got one with that rapper girl, or that girl that used to wear the fucking band suit, who now took it off and became something else. She figured that marching band shit got played out. So now she's kissing bitches in videos. I like her, and she's pretty good. You know, I've seen her video, Janelle Monáe. I know it's Janelle something. I think it's Janelle Monáe or something. But she's walking around with 2 braids like Annabelle or some shit. I think she became Annabelle. Like, stop it. Stop it. You know what I'm saying? So he's brought it back. You know what I'm saying? That Sunken Place was fucking a hellified thriller. And Us was scary and funny and niggery. And Lovecraft is good. It is Lovecraft-esque if you know the work. Well, let me get off of that. So, but you know, people keep bringing up Pack. I know you watching it, and they want me to say something deep about it, but nothing's really happening deep, I think, on there. You know what I'm saying? It's happening just like Lovecraft's writing. So I can tell he's a student of it. Niggas are monkeys. The monkey be eating this shit. I feel this is almost as racist as watermelon. Banana. Banana. This is racist shit. Banana. Nigga like banana. So I say watch it, but it'd be entertaining. To learn about Lovecraft, I would say, what's his name? Don something. Let's see if I have one of his books down here. Let me see if I have one of the books. I forgot. He's the premier guy on this shit. Let me see. I don't really have his books for class. No. Oh, fuck. Don Tyson. Donald Tyson? I think it's Don Tyson. He did, just look for Necronomicon files. He did like 4 Necronomicon books. You kind of get an idea. Because his writing was fiction, like Bobby Hemmett sent me a box of this shit when I started fucking with it years ago. It never came in the mail. Bobby Hemmett sent me another box of Necronomicon books. And then the first box came. You want some of these back? That's his heart. You know, keep them on. On my shelf, I have a whole section of Necronomicon. And remember, he made it public domain, so a lot of people wrote and expanded on it. So what I did was Lovecraft's channels in the book. There is a world. There was games. Gurups was a book, a company, almost a comic book. They did a voodoo one. They did a Necronomicon one. There was something called The Call of Cthulhu, which was a game. Like Necronomicon is some shit. The characters are some shit. It's kind of, you got to know about Lovecraft and his writing and love it. Jordan Peele's doing a good job at presenting it. But like I said, it's from a slave lineage. So I knew that's really fucked up. But that's what you would expect. You kind of expect if they don't know. And maybe just hard to get something else. I don't know. But I do know I would have took that opportunity as a writer. I know we're talking a lot about other shit. We're going to get to it, though. I keep saying we're going to get to it. We're getting to it. The deceased states, I ascend to the sky, and the earth remains behind. PT 563. Remember, if I'm saying PT or CT, coffin text, pyramid text, IS, idea strain. So what she's doing is putting or quoting the funerary text and then breaking it down. So it's not like she's just saying all of this shit. She's putting it up against the actual text and decoding it as she goes along. So in the pyramid text, I ascend to the sky and the earth remains behind. PT 563. What that is saying is what we've been saying, what I've been saying, what Bobby's been saying, and others about the importance of leaving your humanity behind. Because the Egyptians say, I ascend to the sky and the earth remains behind. That's not just saying, see, you would take that physical. I'm flying and the earth is behind me. No, they're talking about a mentality. I ascend to the sky and my humanity stays behind. You got to understand what that is. That they're talking exactly what I've been ranting about this whole, however long we've been here. Damn, that's good. All right. Sir Alan Gardner states that the word for netherworld was originally the place of the morning twilight known as the Duat. So the guy who sat next to me and said the underworld was a dismal place is recognized here as the morning twilight. The Duat is a place for transformation. If it's dismal, well, I'll leave that alone. The individual ideograms in the hieroglyphs for Duat means star. So a Duat means star. How is it a dismal place, this underworld? It also means the house. In light of the fact that the deceased is no longer human matter, carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, and oxygen, the Duat must represent a quantum phenomenon where those elements exist and are reassembled. The Duat, or the underworld, as you go through to 12 stages in the underworld, is nothing but code for the transformation process of you, Osiris, you, the dead pharaoh, you, the dead king, you, the deceased sun god. And pretty much you is your DNA and your soul, your light, your will. It's a workplace. It's a workplace. Why would it be dismal? And if it is dismal, then the work is probably some sad niggas telling you, you ain't ready, player. Well, it's dismal for you. For those who have done the proper work and know the pathways, it's a workplace. The Egyptian path to the stars begins with the deceased traveling to the northern pole region of the earth. You heard that. The Egyptian path to the stars begins with the deceased traveling to the northern polar region of the earth. So when you hear this flat earth concept of how you're supposed to go to the north and there's a hole in the ground, and then you're going to go underground and you're going to be living it up with some underground niggas on some green sun shit, you stupid man. What the fuck? Do you think you're going to go down there and somehow become a better human? They got better broccoli down there? It's about getting the fuck out of here and then mixing these quantum concepts with earthly shit yet again. Ain't no freedom in the north or no hole in the goddamn north. The hole is in the magnetosphere, and that's why you see the sun meeting green at this point. Why doesn't that phenomenon happen any place else on the earth but at the north? And when you die, I told you, the northern lights are the successful green Osirian motherfuckers who did the work meeting Ra in the sun boat. You must meet Ra at the sun boat in the north. So you have to have the meditative genius to be able to still will yourself to this position. Freedom's in the north. Run to the north, nigga. So even that concept, a slave, is in their DNA. It's in the system, as above, so below, to go to the north for freedom. Your freedom's in the north, nigga. Your freedom's in the north, nigga. So the first thing you do for the Egyptian pathway to the stars begins with the deceased traveling to the northern polar region of the earth, guided by the unwary stars or pole stars. Right now, that's Polaris. It's the unwary, unmoving North Star. When you die, you follow that North Star to a certain position on the earth. That's the path to get to. Then more shit happens, son. We're going to get into it now. Here, a great stairway exists where the sun god Ra, or Re, waits with his crew of 8 to ferry the deceased through the double doors of the Duat. The double doors are the 2 lions. And you got to get through that. And it's a DNA thing. So here at the north, a great stairway exists. I told you, at the northern lights, you see the green going up and the white coming down. That's the stairway to the sun. Don't just take mushrooms, stupid. Take mushrooms. First learn something, take mushrooms, and then call yourself a fucking shaman. I'm a fucking shaman, nigga, from the ghetto. And I believe in you is the same thing, but you cannot do it from a human, lazy perspective. You can't do it. It's not how it's done. You must learn this kind of shit to a personal satisfaction and a personal knowing. You cannot stop. As far as I got, I cannot stop. I still won't stop after I found out now the true mystery and pathway to death and the true understanding or the understanding of the context of certain those symbols. A symbol tell 1,000 words. These symbols could tell you other things, and it told us many things. But we needed it to tell us the secret message or method to death, which is very dangerous to give you, because I'm telling you, the big shots are paying for this. The secret mystery to death is very valuable shit. Even when we did it, we didn't just give it out. I am only saying this because I know niggas can't do it. You can't do it. You'll get there and you'll fail, and you'll see why. They'll tell you failure shit. Here, a great stairway exists where the sun god Ra waits with his crew of 8 to ferry the deceased through the double doors of the Duat. The deceased is urged to go up upon the great west side of the sky and go down upon the great east side of the earth. So it's telling you a specific pathway to go. The deceased is urged to go up the great west side, and you should know this based upon the North Star of the sky, and go down the east side of the earth, with the gods in the suite of Osiris, in the suit of Osiris, and the sun god Ra, CT 18, which is what do you call it? Coffin text 18. Orion, which is PT 437, 446, 472, 738, and Sirius, PT 473. So sun god, so the suite of Osiris and the sun god Ra, or Orion and Ra, or Osiris and Sirius, or right. So the suit of Osiris and the sun god Ra are the imperishable stars and are the general direction of the deceased. Travels from west to east. The deceased travels from west to east. So once you're at the North Star, the next pathway is from west to east. West to east, I guess. West to east. Because you're going to go, well. And this is in Coffin Text 18118. Against the background of the Milky Way, or what they call the Street of Stars. This is Egyptian writing, PT. Each time I say PT, CT, and a number, that's coming from the text. So, against the background of the Milky Way or the Street of Stars, PT 262. These directions prompt one to ask 3 questions. Where is the Duat? Why go to the northern polar region? And what is the Great Stairway? So I just read to you the direction of the pathway laid out by the Egyptians and decoded. But we still don't know. So that's why we ask these 3 questions, and she breaks it down a little bit more. Where is the Duat? According to the text, after going northward to the pole, the deceased merges with the sun god and travels into the dark Duat in a west to east direction. From our perspective in outer space, we would observe the Earth rotating counterclockwise. Okay. Our new science of space physics is only 35 years old, yet Egyptian textual references to crossing the waterway of the sky window, the lake, the sea, navigating the winding waterways, and being towed over the district waters with ropes of iron, CT 62, point to the actual dynamics and energy structures 21st century researchers are currently investigating in our magnetosphere. In our magnetosphere. In our magnetosphere. So she's pretty much saying Egyptians had all of this. You have all of this. So anything she's uncovering is not a discovery. It's understanding what we already discovered. This is ours. And if she uncovered it, it's only can possibly be us who put it in her head for us. If it's from a secret society being funneled through her, like the Matrix, like Harry Potter, then it's just a secret society that stole our shit that's just putting it out to see what happens. Because they got you. They don't have the genetics, baby, to walk that staircase. Let me see you walk. Wobble with it. Whatever the fuck, we do it. Right. Once you know the path, that's your ass. Patty's gonna give it to you, baby. The invisible barrier that protects us from solar wind. So what is the magnetosphere? The magnetosphere is an invisible barrier that protects the earth from solar wind. So the magnetosphere is a shield around the earth. What I found was that the 5G network, 4G network, and 3G network doesn't just shield the earth because it was put up. What it does is send frequency to the magnetosphere to make it stronger. Because when you die, you can't get out of the magnetosphere your energy. The magnetosphere is weakest where? At the North Pole. So you're moving to the North Pole because the sun gets in at the North Pole because of the weak magnetosphere, and you witness it with your own eyes watching the Northern Lights. And the Egyptian Kemetic brothers and sisters were telling you to go where the magnetosphere or the shield is the weakest. The 5G network is trying to strengthen that magnetosphere to keep that Betelgeuse light out, that Lambda phase light bacteria that dominates, that gives you the Eye of Horus. They need you to recycle here because they can't get out, and without us, hot old spaghetti-o, they have made underground caves for when this shit gets too hot for them. They understand cave logic. This is going back to basics. So they will wait until the golden age is over underground. They showed you that in Time Machine, nigga. They went underground. They only come up to eat your ass. What you think they talking about? You think they talking about? They talking about the future. Utah, they talking about Denver, all these underground caves and caverns, and they said ways to get underground through Walmart. Look that up. Underground passages in Walmart. Oh, no, they going underground, nigga. And there's evidence that some of these German motherfuckers, look that up. There's a name for them. German people who moved to the north near that hole underground. And they said all of a sudden, they was all up there populating this place, made a town, then the whole town was empty. Nobody's doing nothing. And they said they found the place, went in the earth. He said there's one in California somewhere. They showed the movie. Oh, what the fuck is the name of that movie? I see it. Where the girls went underground on a vacation and they found a hole, and there was these whole civilization, and this shit was wild. That was actually a good, scary movie. Descent was the name of it. Descent. And there's there's other movies called Descent, but look for the one with the skull on it. With the one, it was a hell of a good movie, but it's about a whole underworld. And then, of course, Delbert Blair talked about the underworld. Baba Blair talked about life in that world. So white people going in caves, baby, and they ready to go soon, because they can't live in this world with us. The frequency changes. They trying everything. What's them white boys? The Proud Boys. Like, let's get real. They've been trying to start this fucking race war forever. And y'all think Trump is dumb, but he is getting shit done for these white boys. The Republic, there's two kind of white people that came here. Let's be real. There was the white people who came, and we call them pilgrims. And they knew they needed whoever was here to survive. So they had a Thanksgiving. I'm sure there was pieces of shit and did pieces of shit, but they understood and tried to live as best as white people could with the indigenous people, right? At least that's what we heard. Then there's the other white people who came and gave you fucking smallpox blankets, Columbus and his people. So when you move up to today, and this is politicized, the pilgrims who wanted to share Thanksgiving with you but still fuck you are called Democrats. The ones who gave you smallpox blankets are called Republicans. So the Republicans want to control, manipulate, and kill you and master you. They're not looking to work with you. They're looking for you to work for them. No big deal. The Democrats are looking to do the same thing, but they're looking to get you to smile while you do it. So they're going to tell you what you want to hear. And then they're going to keep getting you dependent. Oh, we'll pay for that. We'll do welfare. And you should have these cuts and free whatever. Because they want you dependent on the system, whereas you need them. That's their philosophy. And then Republicans is like, no, we have to pretend that we're for you. But so when the Republicans pretending that they have dignity and that they're in a system where they're looking for people, you think they're mad at Donald Trump, but they're letting him take the hit because he's getting Republican shit done. At the end of the day, the most scary shit y'all should worry about, if you were going to worry about humanity like that, and most of you do, would be the Supreme Court shit. Because if it's tilted that way, the shit you think was your freedom, the shit you think you earned fighting for the civil rights. Like fucking, they got this dude I never even heard of before in Congress who died. So they honoring this nigga. His shit is called Good Trouble. And each time I see the promoter, I'm like, man, fuck you. You don't even know who this dude is, but they're telling you he's something. And then maybe he did something, getting hit over the head and all the rest of that shit. But all of those dudes got rewarded because that we ain't gonna get into that. But all those dudes got rewarded. It's a bunch of bullshit. It's all bullshit. But Donald Trump is enacting what Republicans really want to do, but don't have the balls to be that guy. So since Donald Trump is going to take that guy and forever be the asshole, but when he leaves, he created so much racist policy. He is actually the smallpox blanket dude successful. The other Republicans, when he go, oh, I'm glad he's gone. We were scared. Let's get back to normal. We're going to do this. But they were failing. No one was caring anymore. They was considered old people and old racist shit. But see, they also understood this country is still fucking racist. So they need somebody to rally those people up. And he has to be that patsy. Donald Trump is nothing more than a patsy. But you think they're mad at him, Republicans, but they're not. Democrats are mad because he's beating their asses at their own, because what he did, they played under a rule structure. Republicans said, we'll get somebody who's not going to play by the rules and don't know any better. He's not a politician like he says. And when the world hates him, when we walk away, everything we always wanted is happening. We're giving out them smallpox blankets again. So it's all a game to kill you. You're in a war. To ultimately control you. To control you and keep you suffering and concentrating on humanity, you don't get to this. And it's hard enough to keep your eye on this prize, even if you was in a good place in the world. So they're trying to keep you here by inundating you with this bullshit because they have nothing else. Buy from them. All right. Okay, where were we? All right, Milky Way, Street of Stars. All right, 3 questions. All right, our new science of space physics is 35 years old, right? So the waterways, sky windows, being told by the districts of water, points to the actual dynamics and energy structures of the 21st century invisible barrier that protects us from solar wind. The magnetosphere protects us from solar wind. But again, that's what they're using to strengthen the shield of light from getting in here. With the 5G network, they're working with the magnetosphere. Because you can send, they know the energetic frequency. You get what I'm saying? Okay. Also, chemtrails is not just for you. It's to put shit to, is putting chemicals on, it's not high as the magnetosphere is, but it's putting chemicals in another layer to resonate in that area for blockage. And I'm sure they come down on your head as reported and make you cuckoo, but they want it up there. They're trying to block you from light. Phil did many lectures on light code frequencies and how the stars change your DNA. Brother Phil Valentine, get that shit. Get a thesaurus, but get it. You want to get a dictionary when you hear that shit, but get it, goddammit, because he is breaking that shit down and has been breaking down the importance of light code frequencies, and you're not getting them because they're blocking. But you need to understand your consciousness can build light frequencies because as above, so below. What is cosmic is what is in you. Beetlejuice is a shortcut. But Beetlejuice for me is receiving, opening shit up, expanding imagination. You understand what I'm saying? Enhancing my power because my DNA has changed. I look like a regular nigga. But this conscious work, what is in me, nigga, is bursting. It's changed. It is beyond here. It's beyond here. I know the pathways, not just because this book just only brings it to presence of mind. I know the pathways because I knew my light is never fall down here. I know how to, this is an avatar. I'm reflecting myself down here. Some of you are really down here. Some of you are born here. Some of you are born in a nebula, and because you are born, that's what I was talking about, factions before. Because you are born in this nebula, and you are born of powerful energy, but you do not know how to use it yet. You're born as a new star and put directly in the dream world. This one or maybe others. And as your incarnations are questions, as a new entity you're asking, and you're living out these lives, learning the nature of self, all right? When you have graduated to consciousness, if you've never been there before, if you're a newborn star and you finally become conscious, you went through all the lifetimes of being an Islam, being a this guy, praying to something outside of yourself, when clearly the Kemetic understanding is a choice you make. You are God. You make the decision. Allah ain't up there, nigga. Jehovah ain't up there, nigga. Jah ain't up there, nigga. You heard? Buddha ain't up there, nigga. Baphomet ain't down there, nigga. It's just you. It's just you. It's just you. It's just you. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you gonna do? That's the question, baby. In light of these similarities, it seems reasonable to propose the Earth's magnetosphere is our real world model of the Duat. So she identified or broke down that the Duat physically is the Earth's magnetosphere. You understand? And there's a way out, a pathway out of this shield. This magnetosphere is also called the web of Isis. All right. And the magnetospores is the winding waterway. So she shows in the model, which I'll show you, the magnetosphere and what's considered the magnetospores. And that's considered the winding waterway or the district of waters that the dead sun god travels with his crew to the shrine of Osiris, god of the Duat. So Osiris, remember, he's the lord of what? The underworld. So to master the underworld, you must become who? Osiris. That's a cellular process. Starting with Haru and Set, starting with your new self, the newborn king, and the fight he must with someone who doesn't have a right to be on the throne. Human. Once Horus defeats Set and gets his eye back, restored also by Tahuti, and she'll explain that, he gives his restored eye to Osiris, the lord of the underworld. Once that happens, the process now takes over naturally. The eye represents phase lambda DNA. I'm sorry, phase lambda protein that reshapes and reorders, takes command of that DNA. Your 2% DNA, the dead king. The 2% that switched to the bitch versus that 98 of knowledge of bacteria and viruses. Why are they telling you to stay away from bacteria and virus now? Because she breaks down in her lecture and in this book the importance of that for DNA transformation. When Beetlejuice came this way, they said, we have a pandemic, stay away from viruses and bacteria. So if niggas are getting anything, that is Beetlejuice affecting them. So much so that some are dying because they get in the light. And white people, because if this happening to them, they're just getting sick. If it's happening to a nigga, they going. When that shit hit, about 3 conscious people made the transition. I'm missing one, but Dr. Africa, which is shocking. He should live forever. Nigga said he eats beans and grapes once a week. Made the transition. In fact, I'm gonna talk to him soon. I know. Let me see what's up with him. I knew him. Lee. Knew him. So, or met him a few times. And he was magnificent brother, incredible entity, an amazing lecturer, and was incredibly efficient at calling white people out for what the fuck they were, effectively. I remember when they did Planet of the Apes, and he held up that picture of Marky Mark with that monkey and went in. Dr. Africa said, if they want to come from monkeys, let them come. But he was going monkeys. If they want to come from monkeys, let them come from the monkey. I'm not a fucking monkey. Shit was just wild. And he got it. So Dr. Africa, shout out. So To explore this possibility, let's examine the structure of the Earth's magnetosphere. The vortex structure of the Earth's magnetosphere. The Earth's plasma barrier or magnetosphere is a vortex of whirling plasma due to solar wind force. So this level of whirling plasma is a shield called the magnetosphere, and it's moved and it's whirling because the solar wind is pushing it. You understand? The sun is pushing this, and the only reason we're not fucked up because the magnetosphere is keeping the wind and ultraviolet, remember that, rays out. It's not at the North Pole. That's the weakest link. It looks like this. You see it? This is the Earth. This is the magnetosphere, how it flows. And as you can see at the North Pole, there's an indent. There's also one at the South, which she talks about that pathway we'll get into. But this is it. Here's the sun. Here's the magnetosphere. And outside here becomes the magnetospores, the winding waterway that they're talking about. So here's the Earth. When you die, you got to get to this part. That's the pathway where it starts. That's the entryway into the Duat, into this winding waterway, which you go west to travel east, whichever way that is. I can't do it with my finger, but once you get into Duat, you travel on this winding waterway. The magnetospores, probably around the sun, and that's where the process starts happening in the Duat. That's the path. All right. So they show the path in hieroglyphs right here. She's showing and she breaks down that this is what they're talking about in hieroglyphs as the magnetosphere or the Duat and the movement of it in the pathway. She's giving it. She's giving it. All right. One can easily see that the two-dimensional shape of the Earth's magnetosphere is similar to the earliest Egyptian drawings of the Duat, the realm of Osiris. So what I just showed you was the drawings the Egyptians said, that's the Duat. Boom. And then this is modern day science representation of the magnetosphere. So they did all this work to find out what we told them already. And she's only telling you, which when I see her speak, I think more and more somebody gave her this shit. Because it is too detailed, too precise, too proven to even be called a fucking theory. One could easily use the metaphor of a net to describe Thoth. I'm sorry, to describe the Earth's magnetosphere. And the Egyptians do. The title of Thoth, great god of Heb-Abit, has a hieroglyphic meaning, house of net. And Thoth is present in the Duat as the sun god journeys through it. Also, in a prayer, the deceased requests passage through the net for the helpless fiends and the abominable fiends of earth. That's you, human. Which is described, Budge, by Wallace Budge, as having a frame which reached into heaven. So they're saying, you, the abominable nigger, the man, what you're asking for is passage through the net for recognizing your humanity as a helpless fiend and an abominable fiend of the earth. but you have a frame which is reached into heaven and weighed parts that rested upon the earth. And weighted parts that rested upon the earth. So you're really saying in this incantation, what she calls a prayer, is I recognize my humanity as a piece of shit. But I recognize the weight of me I'm leaving on earth. That's another way of saying, is your heart lighter than a feather? Same concept. I'm able to leave this on earth. And these weighted parts rested upon the earth. Boom. So you're pretty much saying, I know who I am. I know why I come, how I come, and I'm asking to be transformed. I'm asking to leave this on earth. That's what we're doing here. Again, this description suggests the Earth's magnetosphere with its iron core, weighted parts, and magnetic field lines, frame reaching into heaven, including the Van Allen belt, where trapped charged particles spiral, bounce, and drift in the Earth magnetic field lines. We need to talk about the Van Allen belts. I'm going to talk about it in detail and talked about it for years, but there's a part where I'm going to really get to it in this book. The third Pirates of the Caribbean, God damn it. We seen the black woman break out of chains and we got caught there. Black bitch is incredible. But one of the most incredible scenes that once you read and understand the pathway, and you will then know these Hollywood niggas, these uppity ups, these societies got this information because that director acted out the pathway to the stars in the goddamn movie. That Davy Jones' locker is the Van Allen belt, where this dead energy is caught. Let me say it again. Including the Van Allen belt, where trapped charged particles spiral, bounce, and drift in the Earth magnetic field lines. You get caught in this drift. That's where Jack was in Davy Jones' locker. If you remember, there's a time where the ship was going to Davy Jones' locker, and there was a scene where it's crossing the water through a black round of stars. It's trying to show you it's crossing the starry waterway to the Van. He knows, they know. And then you had in the movie, where all these dead people in boats going? They were going to the north. Right where they were leaving the north. These dead souls, her father was going to the north. He was trying to go to the magnetosphere, the weakest part in the north, to get in the Duat. Davy Jones was playing the Osirian role, which was supposed to guide him, which is actually supposed to become Osiris, or Davy Jones, which Jack was trying to do, and the other boy became the new Davy Jones, or the new Osiris, the new god of the boat. Remember, the woman said, Calypso, Davy Jones was supposed to usher the dead. Him not do it, and that's why he look like this, like Cthulhu. Where's my man Cthulhu? Let's shout out Cthulhu, because we talked about the Necro. We got Cthulhu all over this. He's a beast. So you seen in the first episode of what's his name? Lovecraft Country, which we should be calling Hemet Country. Let me give a shout out to Mind Glow Media, my boy, who actually did a picture. I didn't know it was him. and of the same artwork for Lovecraft Country and put Bobby's face on it and did a whole lecture explaining how Bobby Hemmett has introduced this info. It's not new to our community. And I don't think nobody's really acting like it's new neither. I haven't noticed that. Just new niggas who never heard of it is asking me, yo, you ever see this? I'm like, nigga, I got a chapter on it. I got, in the first episode, you seen Cthulhu. Boom. You seen this. Nigga, we fuck with this, kid. Jordan Peele. This is what we, nigga, I drink Cthulhu, my nigga. This is what we do. Please show more of that Cthulhu shit, nigga. I was getting ready for it. Shooting nigga Cthulhu. Now this is Cthulhu. Cthulhu, nigga. I did a whole class with my man Candu. I'm gonna interview Candu. That's the god. Shamanistic nigga. Nigga speak tongues. I was with this girl who, she could hear you talk. My girl Shu. She could hear you talk. She was an old girlfriend. And pick up your language. It was crazy. Then I was fucking with this chick, Desiree, who was having an experience and me typing. Bitch was going through it. Blood and all sorts of shit. She's typing. She started typing wild shit. Then I got shit. I don't even know how Candu got in on it and Shu got on it. Them motherfuckers understood that shit. They was going, ooh-sha-la-na-ba-da. They was doing a whole, I think I got it saved somewhere, a whole conversation. Something was happening. This chick was incredible. When she left, she said she left in a car crash behind. She told me about, like, me and her had sex. She had some spiritual babies. Her pussy was bleeding. I said, yo, you had some spiritual. It was just a thing when it was a thing. And they just knew each other's language. And he took my class. I think he did it to do it fun. And he was there. And me and him was making no sense. But we started yelling, Cthulhu. I think I might have just put that section out. We were saying that, Cthulhu, Cthulhu. I had a dead fish in my fish tank for like a week. I promise you, that motherfucker was swimming around after we did that session. And I talked about it and documented it, and it was amazing. Cthulhu raised that nigga from the dead. We kept yelling Cthulhu, and we got it. Cthulhu, nigga, we fucks with this. So it's good that Jordan showed that shit, and he could, and it's good that he got J.J. Abrams involved, I think, because, let's see if we can get, we'll put him back here with my nigga. It's good that he got J.J. Abrams involved, because then you know you're going to get some real quality spooky shit, because he's the current occultist that they like. So, Cthulhu, nigga. So, shout out to Mindglow Media for shouting out Bobby Hemmett, putting things in order. You know what I'm saying? Check out Mindglow Media. He's giving some good shit. You know what I'm saying? Some genuine shit. I remember him from the lecture circuit. Real nigga. And he's got a book. So, look up Mindglow Media, nigga. Lovecraft Country, Hemmett Country. All right, Cthulhu, nigga. We're going to rock with Cthulhu today, baby. Yeah, baby. We're going to rock. You ever see them old black MILFs? Yeah, baby. When they say that, yeah, baby. Everything. Yeah, you going this? Oh, yeah, baby. Damn, you a MILF, baby. Yeah, baby. I've been watching a lot of MILF porn. That's the greatest. I didn't get it. Bobby used to tell me old ladies was sexy. Not really old ladies, but, you know, some ladies that got some mileage on them. So I'm like, yeah, okay, but not as a fetish for me. It's a fetish now. You know, porn-wise, you know, physically, me and Khadijah to the end. That's everything to me. Road dog, partner, friend, sister, enemy, you name it, that's her. And, you know, she's the greatest. But I'm glad she allows me to watch porn. And I'm glad I have that Kodi shit where you can watch porn on TV. They fucked up doing that. Because you could search any fucking thing and find it. Bananas, and carrots, anything. So I'm like, God damn, they really trying to corrupt motherfuckers. Before you had to go buy porn and you had to choose black ass 44, oiled ass is 33. Now, it's just at your fingertips. Very dangerous shit. And you know what I'm saying? MILF porn is it. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. MILFs. Because they don't want to do shit. Like in the porn, you can tell they just want to get the shit done. Like, you know, niggas be trying to bend their legs all over. And they be having that face like, come on, nigga, just focus. And it kind of brings into reality some shit. Yeah, baby. All right, so we could easily describe the Earth, use the metaphor. Okay, we got all of that. Blah, 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 blah. All right. It may be that the helpless fiends represent the helpless particles caught in the Earth's hot Van Allen belt for thermal chemical reactions in our magnetic sphere. So the detested net existed in the Duat, BD 153A, 153B. What's BD? Just because we're there. BD is Book of the Dead. BD is Book of the Dead. BG, Book of the Gates. BC, Book of Cabins. All right, so Book of the. And it was also called Fish Trap, CT 474. Having iron floats in the sky and iron weights on Earth, CT 343, 344. So we easily could say the fish trap or net represents the magnetic field lines of our magnetic sphere. The Egyptians called our magnetic sphere a fish trap. And let me show you why. Let me find a pen. This is what a fish trap is. Ho, I know y'all feeling good. You're about to feel great. Look at this shit that I decoded, nigga. I decoded this. Boom. The Vesica Pisces, baby. Now, remember, this is the fish. This is the gateway from coming to this world or what this world. You're the fish. If you get caught here, you're in the fish net. This is the representing the North Pole and the gateway for the fish to get out right here, baby. And actually, it should be this way. To be quite honest, the fish is going through the north, like this. The hole to get into the Duat. Outside of, remember, this magnetosphere, which all you got to do is put the sun here and then put the lines like this. This dot in the middle represents the Earth or you. Around this represents that same magnetosphere, and here's the sun. Here's these waterways. Same thing you see in here. I decoded in the Vesica Pisces, which you always knew was the gateway, is this. So so Jonah in the belly of the whale, we now understand is him in the Duat. And they're telling you he was in the belly for how long? 3 days. There's some cycle of 3 that we must go through here. We'll find it. Or Jesus in the cave for 3 days to transform or to resurrect. So something about these 3 days is happening in here. Something about traveling, right, from this world to that world through the Vesica Pisces. You are the fish. This is the fish net, nigga. Come on. It's coming down now. Yeah, okay. You wanna debate. Ain't no debates left, baby. It's time to get it. All right, where were we? We didn't even get nowhere yet. and we're gonna go someplace. Oh yeah, cool. I put the vesicle right there. I didn't talk. Oh, I was on the page. Holy shit, I was gonna talk about it, but right now, all right. Fish trap, baby. So we can say that, oh, that's why I put the vesicle Pisces here, because of the fish trap. All right. Heaven iron floats in the sky, iron waves on the earth, CT 343, 344. So we could say the fish trap or net represents the magnetic field or lines of our magnetosphere. And it is weighted parts, represents the Earth's molten magnetic iron core. Current geological dynamo theories propose that the convention of molten iron in the Earth's outer core and its rotation create electric currents, which generates the Earth's magnetic field. You heard that? The core, I'm going to say it again because I'm going to tell you the movie you've seen that in. We could say the weighted parts represent the Earth's molten metallic iron core. Boom, right? Current geological dynamical theories propose that the convection of molten iron in the Earth's outer core and its rotation create electric currents which generate the Earth's magnetic field. You've seen that in a movie. Ooh. Thor went to that planet that made his hammer to see the dwarfs who made his hammer in the mythology to get that axe. And the star was dead because the core wasn't rotating. Thor had to get the core rotating to get the energy around that star again. So they're telling you the core of our planet is generating its shield around us. This place is a fucking prison, nigga. 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 Or it can be a prison. It originally was a fucking nursery. Things have gone wrong. And people come down here for different reasons. Some people, like myself, and I know this to be fact, I was read with this by a bad motherfucker before I even knew what any of this was. All of it was a mystery when he was telling me, you've been here before. You are already in the higher realms. Someone asked you to come here. Nature is where you thrive in. You will always be saved by the feminine energy. You came here to teach the masses, thousands. That's when I was like, nigga, you making this shit up. Teach them what? At this time, I was studying to be an IT nigga. So I'm sitting there going, maybe I thought about teaching this. Maybe I'm going to teach IT. He said, no, you're going to write something first, and then you're going to teach people. No fucking clue. But then I started writing later in life. This was 2001. Around 2004, I started writing blogs, and people want to hear me speak on MySpace, not to mention all the talk Bobby did. It just moved into it naturally. And then everything he said came true. So then it made me think back at the time, and then I did the work. The person who asked me to come here to do this work was Bobby Hemming. And I remember him pleading with me. His heart is in-fucking-credible. He's got to be something special because I know what it took for me to come down here. And for me to be the brother Panic I needed to be, it has to start with trauma. I couldn't do this if I had a pleasurable human experience. I've had to have an experience that made me question humanity. So I have to thank my moms for that shit. And really, I can't blame her because our problems came from her going crazy, schizophrenia. So there lies foster homes. My father eventually got us mean stepmothers and this undying need for me to get back to a mother, you know, who had serious issues and we so young not understand, blah, blah, blah. You get it. And if I didn't have that, I couldn't be me. So I knew then, apparently, what I would be in for if I came down here to do this work. And I've seen where I'm from. I know what happens once you pass through this. I've done it before, and I'm telling you, you get a kingdom, and you're born basically to an energy type. And though you can touch and expand any energy, it's kind of like something you want to base yourself on, and you don't have to. Like if you want to learn the science of comedy, or what comes to earth and manifests as comedy, on the other side, we're still laughing, we're still joking. But Richard Pryor has a universe, a place of being that's more expressive. He's not standing there telling jokes. What he is, you can go visit what he is as a universe. And you can create the same. The bounty of your imagination is the beauty of your home that you create. And I know what me and Khadijah already created. I know, I remember this. This is what I do. I channel hard. And I remember what I had. I remember what I left. And I remember where it was. It was actually, we were born on Sirius, but we were living in Pleiades. We built our kingdom in Pleiades. And Pleiades is based upon a jazz, chaotic jazz. Jazz comes from Pleiades, and those 7 stars in Pleiades. The Orishas come from Pleiades. There's a planet called Era. I don't know if it's a sun. I think it's a planet. No, it's a planet in the constellation of Taurus called Ella, Era, and that's where Ella Fitzgerald came from. I can't listen to jazz. I respect what it is, but it doesn't do nothing for me. And that's because that's the place I lived in. So that's my spirit telling me, do not get involved in it. You've already mastered it. So something through jazz was my experience in this place. I did something through jazz, which eventually got me out of here. So musicians, Jimi Hendrix and all of them, a lot of them come just like me from place they've already done it. And they're really pretty much coming to teach babies. Some of the ones who are still using it. Some motherfuckers get in here and they come to exploit motherfuckers in this realm. They're advanced and they do that. Some motherfuckers come to try to recruit you for their factions. So that's why somebody's always trying to get you to be this guy or that guy, or arguing and debating something. What are they doing? They're trying to get you to do something. And because remember, motherfuckers get to the DeWatt and set up shop there too, because they can't get out. You can use parts of your imagination there too. It's the astral world. So motherfuckers set up camp there. Like, I know how to get out. My boy KL from Screwball, when he passed, I know how to get out. You don't walk towards the light. Listen. The sun rises in the east. So remember, you're supposed to go west to east. You go towards the darkness. If you go towards the light of the sun, you're coming back. So if you walk towards the light, you're walking back. The earth gods have the template of your ancestors. So you'll see your grandpa, your grandma, come on, nigga, come down the tunnel to the light. That's the wrong pathway. You go to the North Star. Once you're at the North Star, you want to go down the west side. That's towards the darkness. I went towards the darkness, and then I found the entryway to the DeWatt, which is a golden small light. And then I knew at that moment KL was good. My boy Lou who got killed at 23, came, said, I got him. Lou, all KL did was name his rap group Screwball. You can get their music now. They were on Tommy Boy Records. When he gave me the thing, I didn't have artwork on the CD. I talked to KL. He's like, no, Screwball, the name of the group, we named after Lou. Oh, Louis, who got shot. I said, damn, let me contact Louis. This is on a Thursday. Contact Louis. Louis said, yo, he was stuck in the Duat. He didn't say Duat or underworld. He said in the astral world, which is the Duat. He couldn't get out because so many people were pulling on his DNA. How? When he died at 23, I told this story before, he was green-eyed. So green-eyed Lou, all they said was, damn, he might have died earlier than 23, 1920. And he said, like, this really fucked up his friends. He had a mild friend named Joe. And Joe was about to fight. Lou was breaking it up. Joe's fight. And Lou got killed. So Joe carried that. And Joe became a beast in the hood. You know what I'm saying? A beast because of that. You know what I'm saying? I think the nigga took karate lessons and was breaking niggas up for nothing. And I get it. His energy, Lou's energy, became Mobb Deep. That's Mobb Deep's block. Havoc and them niggas came up. Then the infamous Mob, one of his brother, the little brother, Ty Nitty, is Lou's brother. Ty Nitty, my little nigga Ty. I love Ty. Love Ty. I loved his family. I love his moms. His moms was the brightest person. I mean, we were young. I was a little bit older than Lou, so I used to put Lou on the marijuana. But Lou had the VHS, so we would go to his house, we would watch I Spit on Your Grave, and we would watch The Reanimator, which is a Necronomicon joint. You could get it now. It's the dude that plays in The Reanimator, he's got about 10 to 15 movies, all Necronomicon shit. The 4400 saved, there's a Necronomicon story in that shit. They used In the Mountain of Madness as a book. That's a writing by Lovecraft, In the Mountain of Madness. They did a movie, In the Mouth of Madness, all about Lovecraft. He's this writer who writes this town, and this dude he goes crazy, Necronomicon. They do this, he's in about 3 or 4 other Necronomicon books. There's a movie called Dagon, that's also one of the 7 Necronomicon that I wrote about in the books. Dagon could possibly be the Dogon. The Dagon is the fish god, and there's a story, I believe it's in the Pale Fox, of the Dogon saying they turn into a few of them turned into fish and went in the water as dolphins. And as we know, we're supposed to use 10% of our brain. Dolphins use 20%. So they claim that Dagon, Dogon, dolphin. So there's a movie called Dagon, straight Necronomicon writing. So Reanimator is that too. Lou, we would watch that, smoke a blunt, and he would do everything to get his eyes right before his moms came home. Green-eyed nigga. And Joe would come, we would just hang out, we chill. He was a little nigga. I love Lou. And then his moms would come from work, and she was, hi guys. She was just happy, and she was light-skinned. She was a beautiful lady. And Ty was a young little nigga, always a cool little, like a little brother. And his brother got killed. It was so hurtful knowing his family at the time. And then later in life, Lou's cousin started hanging out in the hood and getting money or whatever. Infamous Ma was beat, so you see him in a lot of the videos. He was that dude. And he's hanging with this one dude from the hood, that's known to do shit that's real niggery. And at the end, they hung all day, and at the end of the night, he tried to rob him. Dude wasn't giving up the money, and he killed him. Lou's cousin is killed now. Another big deal. He went to jail for that murder. Still in jail for that murder. And I didn't know the cousin, but I felt for the family again. So you move forward years later, and Prodigy dies. which is, remember, them niggas is infamous mob. They're real intimate with these niggas, so that's his brother too. And then I hear Prodigy was fucking with Nuwabi, and she was semi-conscious. All I heard was Illuminati killed my mind so much. They say, no, he was talking that shit, went to jail. He was dissing. It was based upon, okay. So I see Ty Nitty. He's online. I've seen him for years, you know, online. He reaches out to me, Pam, I've seen some of your videos. And yo, man, P used to talk that and this and that. Oh, nigga, let's talk. So talking to him, he said, Pam, man, so much death is around me, ding. You know, and this and that, I'm getting through it, P, this, that. But he used to talk all that shit. So I gave him some shit. And then I remembered, oh, I talked to his brother. I forgot, in KL. So I'm telling him the story I told you. He listened to all of that shit, little Ty. He's like, damn. And, you know, I could tell he felt a little bit better. Then a few weeks later, he posted his mom's passed. You know, I'm asking, I miss your mom. Ask her if she remembers me. Tell her I love her. She was so bright. She was like somebody that you always remember. And as a young human kid, gave you hope in people. He posted that she passed. I didn't even have the heart to, all I could do is just type, you know, sorry, brother. But, you know, I just know, I still feel, I understand death, but I still feel that human loss. The process of mourning, if you don't feel it in your heart, you're lying. All right, so KL told me on Thursday, contacted Lou. That's what Lou was all about. Lou told me he was stuck in the Dwight because everybody was saying in the hood after he got shot, damn, man, he had green eyes. He got so much pussy. He said that shit programmed him. He said in the Dwight, it was all the pussy and ice cream I could get, but this is not home. He said I was able to have the energy and the power to go home. Listen to this now. The energy and power to go home. Because in 98, I got a camera and just started filming fucking. All the fucking I did for the year, all the getting the dick sucked was on film. I still got it all. It's just like 2 years of debauchery. And KL was hanging around this time. So we on tape yelling, screwball, screwball, promoting the record, screwball, doing wild shit, filming orgy, screwball, turning the camera on, screwball, all through these years. Lou said all of that libation is what gave him the energy to do the journey. Boom. So now we understand why we pour to the ancestors, why we give them food and all of this shit, because it empowers their spirit for the transformation or the journey, or the ability to store up energy if they wasn't conscious to get out, or a conscious nigga who knows the pathways can get you out, nigga. I've been through this. I'm telling you what it is. This information has come and has been revealed in this time to be revealed to you, because, and it was shut to me since 2004 because it wasn't time to give it to you. It's time now. We in the golden age. This is the age of transformation. You don't want to stay here and build another pyramid, nigga. It's go time, baby. The light is ready. Okay. MILF. So let's go. Let's keep going, man. Shit. All right. So we've seen if the core of the earth is generating the magnetic field in the other levels, that creates a shield. This is a well-equipped prison. The magnetosphere is not something coming from the outside, it's something being generated from the inside, and it's a level of energy, which they broke down. I can't remember, but she said neutrons, electrons, and all the shit that's in there. If they understand, as she pointed out, what the magnetic sphere consists of, then they can manipulate it, strengthen it with a signal, with shooting a frequency to it. That's what the 5G network is doing. They're not that cool, but they put up they're only working with what's already there. They're not that cool. And by doing that, they strengthen the magnetosphere so strong, it's still not working. It's not working. Shit is getting through. People are dying. People are catching it because it's transforming the DNA. I have nothing because my DNA was already there. I walk out and there's no cough, there's no feeling a certain way. Some people like my sister, well, I got the sniffles and then I'm good. Other motherfuckers got to be hospitalized and go that far. Some are dying because it's go time, baby. Kalindi seen that shit and left. And listen, he's making a way for his family. Because if he knows the path, he can wait. He can wait in the Dawat. Time, I don't know if time is going yet. The Dawat, they said is quantum. So if it's quantum, he's not in time. All he has to do is wait for his wife, his kids to come, because I'm sure he knows the path. He's an advanced being that came back. We know the way out. I know the way out. I'm telling you right now. They give it to you, but they assume you'll never look and we'll never see it. No one will never find it. They done fucked up. They gave it back to the masters. I'm returning the pathways to us. You are fucking welcome. Baphomet. All right, so we need to get the fuck out this fish trap. Text referencing opening or splitting the sky's iron doors. Text references opening or splitting the sky's iron doors, descending on the iron bands, PT 214, and other iron references, showing that the Egyptians may have understood the dynamics of the Earth's iron core and the magnetosphere. That they may understand? You fucking right, baby. Yeah, baby. You right, baby. Yeah, baby. Get that MILF. MILF. When the deceased, yo, let me say this. Y'all must watch Mike Epps. He's a fucking master genius. He's a fucking master. Look on YouTube for his skits. We understand his stand-up, which is fucking brilliant. I've seen him live here. In fact, in Brooklyn, downtown, there's an Applebee's on the corner. Behind that was a club, a little getaway club. Early on, Mike Epps was one of the regulars there, just rocking. This is before he even made the announcement he's going to be Day. And that's when it all took off. And he was a genius then. I always remembered that, remember those experiences, and always kept an eye on him. But I've been watching his skits. He's channeled. He's in trance, doing these motherfuckers so well. I totally get it. It's actually really beyond comedy. It's really him, what Richard Pryor would do it, documenting niggery. He went to his uncle's store in one of them, and his uncle was his uncle, and did a move. Yeah. And Mike Epps turned around and mimicked it. And I said, he's a fucking genius. He's studying this shit and he was reflecting it. So when you see him do his skits, he's in these characters that are fucking amazing. You gotta watch it. Very spiritual, I believe. Mike Epps, that's the nigga. Watch him. So fuck where we understood the dynamics of the iron core. When the deceased splits the sky iron doors or descends upon the iron bands, PT 214, or ferries the reed floats, IS 2426, these symbolic phrases may point to the dynamic energy network of moving, magnetic field lines within the Sun-Earth system that the Egyptians may have perceived, decoded. The cease on iron band or reed floats equals on magnetic field lines. So the cease rides the iron bands, the Egyptian says. The reed floats, the Egyptian said. What they're talking about is an ion, U, on the magnetic field lines, because they're going to talk about you as the elements you become. So let's talk about the district of waters with ropes of iron. The imperishable stars, Orion or Sirius, stars that never die, and the unvarying stars, pole stars, that is the North Star at this point, Polaris. Note, the North Star, when the Egyptians were running the show, was actually Draco. Was it Draco? It'll come up again. But that was the North Star then. So they have a lot of mythology about getting eaten by the dragon or Apep. This is a reference to the Draconian North Star, Draconian dragon. So a lot of that mythology is wrapped up in the fact that the North Star was Draco at one point. It is now Polaris. That's our unvarying North Star that you're moving towards in this pathway to go down the west side, riding that magnetosphere, do what, baby? The deceased, so the unvarying pole stars pilot and tow the deceased over the district of waters with ropes of iron. So the deceased over district of water with ropes of iron. This is CT62 or the coffin text 62. See, you wouldn't understand that. You would say it and understand what they're saying, but you wouldn't get that. We didn't have the fucking key. If we did, you would have heard Bobby saying it, Phil saying it, Delbert Blair saying it, me saying it, Aleem saying it. No one's saying this because those keys were lost. That's a fucking fact. We were fragmenting it. Boom. Here we go. Here we go. It's right here. This motherfucking lady got our shit correct. This is us. The spirit is bringing this to us. It took me 10 years. Shit, over 10 years. 2004, 2014 was 10 years ago. I couldn't fuck with it. So now we're talking 15 goddamn years later, damn near, for me to really get this. And like I said, I got it now, like Dr. Seuss. It's time now. And this, so it was sitting there, and there's probably other hidden books with all our shit in it. But this motherfucker got too much information. She didn't make it up. She's getting it from somewhere. I'm more convinced of that than even a channel now. This shit is too detailed and too precise and too decoded. And all these black scholars couldn't find that key, myself included, nigga. We couldn't find it. Bobby Hemmett knew because he told me the importance of this book. So it was always there in the background. I'm glad we're here now. Considering that the European Space Agency's cluster spacecraft discovered actual waves along the ever-shifting boundary of the magnetospores. Cottrell, that's who, I guess that's who the reference is. We could say that the magnetospores is the district of waters. So the district of waters that they're talking about is decoded to the magnetospores, which is near the magnetosphere. as I showed you already. Also, in space physics, bundles of magnetic field lines generated by the Earth's iron core move tailward until these field lines are disconnected. So as it moves out, it disconnects. They were saying, you know, as it moves further and further away from the Earth, and these are called flux ropes. They contain a combination of closed, open, and solar wind field lines that could easily be described as ropes of iron. So she broke down district of water and ropes of iron that the Kamites were referring to as the magnetosphere and the magnetospores and the behavior of these things. You got to get this understanding. So she talks something about the Valley of Darkness. Ropes of iron equal flux ropes generated by the iron's Earth's core. District of waters, the magnetospores. So of course there's more as she's written, and if you don't get this whole understanding, is because I said I would be reading this whole book to you. So I'm trying to give you the best highlighted understanding and walk through it. But I urge you, The ISIS Thesis by Judy K. King. Get it. Try to dissect. If I give you this, perhaps it'll put you one up when you're studying, because like I said, it took me a while to keep up with all the new words that she's using. You don't hear them often, so you got to keep them in order in your head. Watch her video first. When she explained in video, because now we're used to learning this way, about the Lambda phase and how that works in Great Balls of Fire, once she did that, I was able to get to the book as well and kind of put things in place. You get what I'm saying? And all of this process happened after Kalindi broke down that barrier. Something in my mind he let go. And I could tell it's something he mastered, and it's something he was getting at through the hallucinogenic drugs he was using. It's something, it's a power he has, I can definitely tell. He definitely removed the blockage. Again, this is dedicated to Baba Kalindi. Baba Kalindi. And I know he's crossed over. He's told me this is old hat. He said to, like I said, and I don't bullshit with this, he said he's making a path for his family. Real nigga, real dad, real daddy shit. Real daddy shit. He's a real dad. I remember I was telling his daughter when we were texting in the time that she reached out, I was like, you know, I like your father's take on DMT. I think he was absolutely right. She wrote back, my dad is always right. Boom. That's a real pop. When your daughter says that, you was a real motherfucker. Baba Kalindi. Hats off, brother. And I appreciate that. Oh, you're going to eat in this house. You're going to eat and drink. I got some drugs for you, buddy. We're going to do it, man. Valley of Darkness. Scholarly descriptions of the Dewat shape also support our model. In the valley, it was a valley shut in by mountains on both sides, nearly circular forms that could be generated by a gap in the mountain of the west. Gap in the mountain of the west. A river or current flowed through the Dewat. They're talking about an energetic river, the winding waterways that you get your boat on. It's not a boat. It's not real water. It's a flowing energy stream that you must become a part of. And your DNA must be reordered and rearranged to get on that ride as Osiris, to meet the god Ra in your sunboat, to travel that waterway, to travel that pathway. Boom. All right. Getting deaf. This is deaf, baby. Let's go. A river of current flowed through the Dawat, and souls had to travel the dark, dangerous valley lined with the numerous deities, including friendly and hostile spirits. That's why you must understand. See, if you go in there and there's friendly and hostile spirits hanging around there who can't hide, if you're looking for a God, looking for Jesus, Jah, Allah, know what they're going to become? That nigga. And they're going to rape your energy. There are vampires. There are consciousness that live in those places because they can't incarnate and they can't get out. They are thought forms. Where do you think your thoughts go? Oh, my thoughts are in the ether. Where the fuck do you think that is? But the fucking Dawat, nigga. You create in the Dawat like a baby version of what you're going to. It's the illusionary material atomic version of what the true quantum world is. So in the Dawat, you can build a house there. I thought my father was getting out. And that reminds me, KL, let me finish. So that Thursday, contact Lou. Saturday, I sat down with Dane, told him, yo, I contact Lou. He told me we were stuck. He told me we screamed schoolball and he got out through all of that. It like woke him up and blah, blah, blah. And while I'm saying it, the song came on the radio. Louie, 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 Louie. Dane blew his mind. Said, boom, while I'm telling the story. So I knew Lou was there. That was on Saturday. Monday, IT working. Dane called me. KL died. So I just talked to him Thursday. What the fuck? So Lou, why you ain't tell me? He said, it doesn't work like that. He said, but get KL to me and I'll take care of him. No problem. Me and KL, when we was doing all that porn, fucking around, we drank 99 bananas. He was the grade 8. You know what I'm saying? The grade 8. You know what I'm saying? Banana shout out to KL. You know what I'm saying? We was drinking 99 bananas. The monkeys, baby. Woo, 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 woo. Ah, 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 ah. Boom. I was calling him Kool Rock Ski. The nigga looked just like Kool Rock Ski from the Fat Boys. When he got a little bit skinnier, the dark-skinned nigga, Kool Rock Ski. So I was like, okay, man, you look like fucking Kool Rock Ski, nigga. I'm calling you Kool Rock Ski. So my man Kool Rock Ski left the building. So I went in, bananas, boom, heavy meditation, seeing KL. Boom, I'm walking with him. We going through dark. It was a two-dimensional world. Or at least I was calling it that. But I realized I was walking him through a quantum experience in the Dawat. And as we were walking, we come upon a little light. It was very small. And I knew that's where he had to go. But I brought him there. Lou came out. I got him now. Boom. Lou took him and KL. Then I was wide awake when it was happening. Then I go to sleep. KL is, yo. He was like, yo, pretty much, I'm still alive. He wasn't conscious. He didn't know nothing about it. He was shocked he was still alive. The first thing he said, I didn't know we were Egyptians. I said, oh, you're about to find out a bunch of shit. He said, yo, I want to tell you my name so you can always call me. Ta'ankh Nefer. Got up, Ta'ankh Nefer. I never forget that name. I got a lot of names. Ta'ankh Nefer. Close to 6-7 months later. So when I went to his funeral, I knew I got him through. And there was a sister who called me because, like I said, they had an album out. So a few people knew about them and knew he passed. And ironically, another member passed from that group. His name was High Style. High Style also made the transition. He was in the group. So KL, the girl said, yo, she was having a dream and she was guiding people out of this world. Like I said, there's people who come back who know the pathways and get you out of here. You got to have something for it. So I know I get people out of here. I'm a manifestation of freeing you. So I couldn't be this guy without knowing this shit. You understand? I can't give you, Bobby can't give you what he's giving you unless he really knows those pathways. We come back here as experts to help you free yourself, but you must free yourself. Morpheus shows you all the doors you have to walk through. I'm not better or badder, just more experienced. You understand? And I couldn't come or wouldn't come back unless you have what I have. What I teach is conducive for you to have the same thing. So I am not better than you. I can't be better than you. If I was better than you, I can't teach you. I'm wasting my time. I know you are and have what I have genetically. Where you are with developing it, what condition it is a different story. I'm here to change the condition of your fucking situation. The end. So she told me as she's guiding people through, my friend KL came and said, "Where's Panic?" As soon as he said that, she said, I came in the room, snatched that nigga, and we was gone. The same time I did that goddamn meditation, picked his ass up and brought him through the Duat. She saw it. When he came to me, and then we had the funeral, Pete Rock came. What's the other one? Premier came, spoke a little bit, and Marley Marl came and spoke well. Back in the days, I got with Hank Shockley, who was Public Enemy in the Bomb Squad. He wanted to do a compilation album. I said, here's what we do. Let's go to Queensbridge and rack them up. I told niggas in Queensbridge, tryouts. The whole hood came to the studio. I had to punch a nigga in the face. Everybody got kicked out. And Hank pulled me to the side and scolded me. But Marley heard that Panic was taking all the resources from the hood. First thing he did was scoop up KL and the whole Screwball crew. They wasn't even called Screwball then. Started giving them cars, letting them drive up, letting them do shit. And KL and Marley became very cool. And truth be told, KL would give me the props because there's a dude named Poet who was also in Screwball. I know Poet since he was little. KL moved out there from Rockaway, and that was his cousin. We were all little still. So KL was always cool, but when I sold the porn, KL respected hustle harder than anybody I've ever met. So when he seen this porno hustle was getting this nigga rich, and it wasn't the average nigga grind, he was intrigued. And then we got tighter and hung. And then I needed somebody to spend all this extra porno money with, and that was my nigga. The club was called Speed. It was 3 levels, and we went in that motherfucker and acted a fucking monster. Neck dripping. Coogee was the order of the day. Fat Farm, everything. Dick sucked. Bottle of Thug, Alizé and Henny. It was Thug Passion. Shorty, you can rock my ice. Living it up. KL had very bad asthma. One time he laid on the bar and went to sleep. And Poet pulled me to the side like, yo, man, this is big. He can't do it. You gotta, Panic, you can't, he wants to, but he can't. You gotta. I said, oh, okay. And sure enough, that's what KL died from, his asthma attack. I mean, he had to stop, get on the machine. It was, in the middle of shit. So it was serious what he was going through. So he was very relieved during the transition. But again, there's pathways out. My aunt, as I was talking about, I don't think I got to it. I'm glad these stories are. She was the first one to contact me, as I said, devout, and I think that's the story I forgot. She was a devout Muslim. So when she first came through, she said, I want to stay and study with you. So in the Duat, you still can study. when Aleem did the first debate, he asked me to do some channeling for it, and I channeled a lot of things. His queen's brother gave her some real accurate information. And what was crazy, I had all their channels and was going to call them, happened to go to the juniors, and they in North Carolina, went into the juniors to get some pancakes, and them niggas was sitting right there. I said, what the fuck? Let me sit down, get the pancake. We sat down with my brother Aleem, who is my dear brother, my dear sister Kadira, and told them their channels. And she confirmed how to, almost like you knew my brother. He told me a lot of shit. And Aleem's teacher, I seen him in the astral world building thousands of homes. And he told me when Aleem lectures, have him speak directly to the air. Do not engage directly with his opponent. Just speak his thing, because his opponent has attached to him a lot of warrior spirits. And most warrior spirits are necessary, but metaphysics suffers. We could see it in Khalid Muhammad, let's just say. The warrior spirit, thorough, and it has its place and its meaning. But he would constantly shit on metaphysics and spirituality. So when he goes to that world, he's not equipped to get out. He didn't study any of this. He doesn't even believe it needs to even be addressed. Not just Khalid Muhammad, but the average warrior, Shaka Zulu. So they said the energy of that phenomenon for years, Black Panthers and anything, Genghis Khan and his people, was attached to his opponent. And Aleem was to talk directly to them. What it would do was give them enough energy and understanding to get to those houses, to get trained in the astral world by Aleem's teacher. Here's a book. I think I have it here. All right. So, I do not have it here, but it's called Astral Travel by Gavin and Yvonne Frost. I think they're married. Gavin and Yvonne Frost is the little blue book, Astral Travel. It's like one of them books you always see come up. Get it. The first half, because it's two writers, is, yeah, okay. The second half, that shit turns on fire. They give you detailed understanding of what happens in the astral world, or Duat in the dream state, if you learn astral traveling. So astral traveling is practice for this. You must get into it. Meditation. If you niggas are sitting there going, I think I'm meditating right, you're fucking up. Say you are. Make the choice to say, whatever I'm doing, it's right. And I'm going to do more and more of it. I'm going to learn more. I'm going to get better, but I am not doing this wrong. You tell yourself you're doing this wrong, you're programming yourself. Program yourself. Fake it till you make it. That's an occult statement, not just some cute shit to say. So remember the Matrix. Your mind makes it real. So if you keep saying I'm doing it wrong, guess what? Your mind makes that real. So if you're doing whatever, convince yourself you're doing it right. Meditation is the act of keeping your mind still as best you can. So most people got to do this, got to do this, got to do that. You don't have to. What keeps you still and thinking of one thing? You can sit in this chair and put on headphones, zone out to the song, and see the song in your head. see the performance. See Stevie Wonder. You seen him move enough. He ain't blind. They talking about this. Some nigga got a whole fucking. It's this. Listen, this nigga. They got rumors he's not blind. Shaq said he got on the elevator with Stevie. Stevie's like, "What's up, Shaq?" And he pressed the button. Lionel Richie said, Stevie Wonder said, "I got a new song. Let's get in the car and listen to it." So he said he's in the car with Lionel, and Stevie sticks his hand out the window and backs the fuck up. Lionel's like, "Oh, what the fuck is happening here?" And then when Paul McCartney trips over the mic, Stevie Wonder catches the mic. Now, think about this. How many times does something falls and you catch it? You're not looking. Your eyes are not registering, and then you catch it. When I'm talking about that, oh shit, how'd you get that? It's almost like your spirit knows that it's falling, and you get it. And then sometimes you miss it. Stevie Wonder has spent, perhaps, maybe he can see, because there was a time someone offered him an operation to see. They said, "We can do it for you now." He said, "No, I don't want that. Are you crazy?" So he could have had an operation. But they said he had, in the early life, he had problems with seeing, but blah, blah, blah. But then he take off his glasses and you see them fucked up eyes at one point, looking like Sean Puffy Combs. Now, all right, whatever. But there's this dude who did a whole fucking tape investigating this shit. Oh, if he's a fraud and I'm like, wait a minute. Even if that nigga could see the whole fucking time, you gonna say Stevie Wonder? I don't give a fuck that music. I don't give a fuck if he could see or can't pee. Nigga, how could Stevie Wonder be a fraud? If he pulled, she said there was a woman who used to fuck him who said, "I can't believe he got away with this shit all these years." Whatever. You know what I'm saying? Whatever. If we can blind to see that motherfucker could play a goddamn piano. Somebody also said, Anthony Anderson said, that nigga walked on the stage, and knew who he was. Yo, Anthony, walk me to the piano. He said, motherfucker, if you walk out here to me, you can walk to the fucking piano. That nigga could see. So there's a thing going with that shit, but a nigga did a whole expose on it. And that's too much. And calling Stevie Wonder a fraud, I don't give a fuck about that. You know what I'm saying? Looking back on when I was a nappy-headed boy. Nigga, you blind and you can see that shit is fire. So the Egyptian gap or cusp, the Egyptian gap equals the gap or the cusp in the magnetosphere. So we're talking about this. The Egyptians called it the Egyptian gap. This is the cusp. Right here it says cusp. I'm trying to get to the cusp, nigga. Up in that cusp. Yeah, bitch, give me the cusp. Oh, you liked it, right? You like your cusp. Hit like this. Long dick in the cusp. Get up in the cusp, baby. Call me General Cusper. All right. So the Egyptian gap that they're talking about is the cusp in the magnetosphere. The mountain valley of darkness that the Egyptians talk about is the magnetic sphere's energy landscape. The valley of darkness. Oh, this magnetosphere is a bitch. That's what got you down here. That's the lock. That's the net. Now you know. And knowing is half the battle. The Earth's magnetosphere, listen closely, is the location of the Duat. The Earth's magnetosphere is the underworld, is the Duat, is what you as Osiris must pass through to get to the real Greece. Oh, you two falcons of his, chieftain of their council, who hears matters You are the one who leads the moored ones. The moored ones. We are the moored ones. Moored is a rope attached to a boat. So a boat that puts the rope on the dock is a moored boat. So they're talking about those iron flux ropes, and they're going to get into it, is what pulls the bark. This is going to be a DNA thing. They said the bark gets pulled by different numbers of gods at different stages in the duat. And they're talking about aspects of the DNA. So we are the moored ones, the ones with these flux ropes, not these flux ropes, these iron ropes, which they'll break, which I'll get to, that are pulled by the gods. That's how the boat's moving. We are the moored ones who lead the moored ones to the secret places, who drag in Ra, who follows from the upper place, the shrine which is above the firmament, the Lord of the shrine which stands within circumvallation of the earth. They're talking about the firmament is the earth, and which is above the firmament is our cusp, right in the crease, nigga, that wet cusp. Ooh, that cusp. Who drags in Ra and rolls it Taju, magnetic reconnection. Ramparts of Shu, magnetosphere. Woo, she's giving it to you. Celestial vault, magnetosphere. So she's identifying these words that the Egyptians use and throw around all the time to decode them to what it means to us, what we can do instead of just having this mythology. Who drags in Ra and Rose Taju? I think they're going to break down that Rose Taju shit more. It's magnetic reconnection. The constant process of magnetic reconnection drags solar wind plasma to regions around the Earth. As a magnetic field line closes, it grabs a handful of solar wind plasma from the sun's magnetic field and drags it towards the Earth as it moves from night to day. Metaphoric language such as who drags in Ra easily describes this process. Language referencing the Lord of the Shrine, which stands within the circumvallation of the earth, suggests Osiris, who resides in Rose Taju, meaning place of dragging. That's what Rose Taju means. Another reference to reconnection, relative to our model of the magnetosphere as the duat. These Egyptian ideas suggest the following possible modern science parallels. He who drags in Ra and Rose Taju is magnetic reconnection, ramparts of Shu, magnetosphere, celestial vault, magnetosphere. It's all about the magnetosphere and breaking through it. That's your depth. So far, your depth understanding. I hope y'all niggas are getting this. I'm trying to make it as simple and fun and talk about other shit to get it. But you got to get this. This is what we need now. It's die time, baby. Die time. Sorry, I have to go. The Duat of papyrus and Nu are similar to the two-dimensional image of the Earth's magnetosphere. Also, textual language such as the circumvallation of Earth, ramparts of Shu, celestial vault, place of dragging, ropes of iron, and the house of Net are fitting meta symbols pointing to the magnetospheric energy. So she's thoroughly showing how thorough the Kamite was at describing the magnetosphere and its behavior, because it's very key for us to master that through death. So the textual language supports the Earth's magnetosphere, where the process of reconnection or dragging of the sun's energy is occurring, is a sufficient model for the Egyptian Duat. Decoded Earth's magnetic sphere is the Duat. So all of that to prove what she does. She's thorough. That's why I know this is coming from our stuff, not her interpretation. And she's going to interpret, and we're going to get to this energetic thing that happens in the process of reconnecting and being dragged by the sunboat off into that celestial sky, while white people can't make it. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. The stars play an important role in guiding the deceased to the polar region. Orion, solstice, Sirius, and the morning star will save him from the rage of the dead who go head downwards. CT 44. CT 44. Coffin text, baby. And it gives the deceased his warrant, where the Great Bear makes a path for him to the western horizon. CT 482. The Great Bear makes a path to the western horizon. Remember, once you get to the cusp, you must ride westerly. Yeah, baby. So the Great Bear makes a path for him to the western horizon. That's from the coffin text. The Egyptians said the Great Bear makes a path to the western horizon. The Great Bear, or Ursa Major, a constellation visible in the northern hemisphere. So you got to look for the Great Bear. So I suggest you look for the Great Bear online, see the configuration of the stars, do a meditation to it, make it a sigil. You hear me? Focus on it. See what you see. Flush it in the toilet, throw it away, burn it, put it here. Put it to the subconscious so that when you do the death, you know what the Great Bear looks like to make a path for you to get the fuck out. Yeah, baby. It's a constellation visible in the northern hemisphere, the northern hemisphere, where you should be at to get that cusp. Get up in that cusp. I'm gonna hit that cusp from the back, son. The Great Bear, or Ursa Major, is a constellation visible in the northern hemisphere, and the 7 brightest stars form the Big Dipper. Draw an imaginary line from the star Merak through Dubhe out of the cup of the Dipper. So learn the star names when you go online. Learn those 2 names, Merak, M-E-R-A-K, and it says draw an imaginary line, the star Merak through Dubhe, D-U-B-H-E, out of the cup of the Dipper. So look for the Big Dipper. Look at the configuration, draw an imaginary line. Let's see why. From Merak to Dubhe, out of the cup of the Dipper, and you will arrive at the tip of the handle of the Little Dipper. Little Dipper, Little Dipper, which is Polaris. The Little Dipper is Polaris. The Great Bear from Merak to Dubhe is the path to the pole star, baby. The Little Dipper, Little Dipper. Little Dipper, Little Dipper, Little Chopper, Little Chakra. They changed her name to Chopper to Little Chakra. Don't embrace that. That's going to be my first advice. All right. So you arrive at the handle of the Little Dipper, which is Polaris, the North Star. So the handle of the Little Dipper is the North Star, Polaris, which you also should do a Veve thing with. Look at it, know the pattern, because you will need it to guide you. That's the bear that opens the path to the Dipper, the Little Dipper, the Little Dipper. Right at the tip, baby. Just put the tip in the cusp. Just put the tip in, just a little bit, just a tip. The Little Dipper is Polaris, the North Star. Currently, the Earth's axis of rotation points within 1 degree of Polaris. However, in 3000 BEC, it pointed to the star Thuban, Thuban, in the constellation of Draco, the dragon. Envisioning the Earth's magnetosphere from the vantage point deep in outer space with the sun on the west, Polaris and the Great Bear would mark the western horizon. That's where you gotta go, son. Remember, Osiris is called what? The Great Westerner. Now you understand why. You was linking that shit, you know it. And it is true. To the west here, because the Osirian consciousness is run out of here. We are the next ones up. We are the nobility in America. I know you love Africa, but they represent, as Bobby Hemming also pointed out, it's clear, as the same thing they sit on, a resource. Each resource has to be crafted into a product. We are the African product crafted from an African resource to become something new, not to go back to Africa, to become what we become, the Great Westerners. We about that West life, nigga. Little Dipper, Little Dipper, dip, nigga. Dip, nigga. Little Dipper. Pull the Great Westerner, nigga. That's us. We're supposed to be in the West. We the next ones up. You fucking crazy? I want to go back to Africa. They hate you, nigga. Watch Nollywood. Oh, they embrace us. Nigga, this planet is yours. This universe is yours. This planet in its debauchery is your debauchery. Once you own it through consciousness, you can enliven this shit as what it was meant to be, a training ground that is now corrupted. Now we must train elsewhere. It's time to get off. We wore it out. This is not real. And let's keep going so we can keep proving it. Little Dipper, we the Great Westerner. Osiris, the Green God. Did I bring him down, this motherfucker? Yes, I did, nigga. Here we go, baby. Oh, my goodness. Always bumping these niggas. Here's the Great Westerner, boy. Here's the Great Westerner. And if you look closely, he's green. This is Osiris. He's green. The true mummified Osiris, legs are closed when he's mummified. She points there's a reason. Because he's representative of those iron ropes. His legs, he doesn't have any legs no more. He has a tail. And okay, we're gonna talk about that tail. The Great Westerner is here. The Great Westerner is here. You are Osiris. You are the Great Westerner. You are Tahuti. You are Sekhmet. I'm gonna say their names like Phil. You are Sekhmet, Haru, Osiris. No, Asar. You are Asar, Oset, Haru, Tahuti, Sekhmet, Bas, Bes, Kanun. Happy that he's you. You're happy? You're happy? You are Osiris. Please be that. You are the great Westerner. Enjoy yourself. Have fun. Nigga, you're getting it. This is it. This is happiness. You're free. You have it. This is the call to freedom. The great Western way. What are you doing? Why are you acting this way? Stupid. You want to come around and act like you are a YouTube star. It's weak. It sucks. You are the man of the West. Stop trying to go to Africa. They don't want you. They don't want you. It is not better. It is not better. You must leave this place. It is go time, baby. Go time. Little Dipper. So, while let's go back a little bit. Envision the Earth's magnetosphere from the vantage point in outer space with the sun on the west. Polaris and the Great Bear would mark the western horizon of the magnetosphere near the northern pole, while the magneto's tail stretches eastward, space would mark the eastern horizon. So the tail would mark the eastern horizon, the Great Bear, Polaris, the Little Dipper, which is Polaris, will mark your direction. You hear me? This is where you go when you die. This is the code, baby. While the west horizon and the north, thus the Great Bear marks the path to the west horizon. Thus the Great Bear marks the path to the western horizon. Look at that constellation, study it, make it a veve, absorb it, forget it. It's in you, and you know when you die what to look for. You know what it looks like because you did the meditation with it. Along with this, the god Horus encourages the deceased to walk on sky waters, while the imperishable and unwary stars navigate. This is CT62, coffin text. Warranted by Orion, which is Osiris, and guarded by the Great Bear, which is the Big Dipper, and Polaris, the Little Dipper, northward to the western horizon of the magnetosphere, and the texts encourage the deceased to travel where the pestilence of streams has been removed by the gods, so that the deceased may ascend a ladder or a stairway to Ra at the pole of the sky, the Great Bear region, the Horn, the Northern Pole region, or the cusp, baby. So, Orion, damn, that was a powerful thing. Let's read it again. Warranted by Orion, or Osiris, guided by the Great Bear and Polaris, northward to the western horizon of the magnetosphere. The text encourages the deceased, that's you, to travel where the pestilence of streams has been removed by the gods. The cusp. The cusp is removed by the gods. You must be worthy to come into this world. Y'all niggas ain't worthy talking that shit. It's not, y'all human, this is not a human mix. This is not where you think your way out. This is a knowing you must have. This is a light game. This is a DNA preparation you make through consciousness. So while you fucked around trying to get YouTube hits, guess what? You fucked around trying to get YouTube hits. And now you don't know shit. And the big thing is coming. The big thing, everyone dies. I don't give a fuck how much vegetables you eat. What are you going to do? What do you think you know what to do? Why do you think the Kamites, which you respect, wearing all them fucking aunts and rings and fucking doodillies, why don't you respect why were they laying out such instructions? Meaning, if you didn't have them, there's a problem. So meaning, even though it's locked in the DNA, that really means why I can tell you like this today when I see it. Why most will understand this and be able to benefit. Because it's in the DNA, but it needs to be said. You need to study it. You need to understand it. You need to bring it to the forefront for when you go. You don't go by luck and libations. Lou was able to go because of the screwball shit. He couldn't make it out. But the energy we gave him, the energy, remember, KL named his group Screwball after Lou. So every single record sold under their name Screwball, Lou fed. And then with the porno saying Screwball about dick and pussy, he said the energy went crazy and he had enough to get out to Dwight. Thank you. Oh, you're welcome. And for KL, he said, bring him to me and I'm going to put him on. Lou was already dead for 15 years at that point. I'll put him on. And he did. So Lou got through. Lou couldn't get through because they drained his energy. He wasn't conscious, so he doesn't know the pathway to walk it through. So people are getting through or knowing to get through, but they know they don't have the energy. And they know through learning, you hear me? They can get through. My aunt, the first one to contact me, the devout Muslim, she came through and told me she wanted to study with me. And 2 years later, she came back through in a dream, showing me that she went through. And there was a bus of Muslims, and they was yelling, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. And then it started changing to Akala Akbu, Akala Akbu. And then I knew she was telling me her new God name, Akala Akbu, Akala Akbu. Got up, wrote it down, and I knew how to contact my aunt. And I knew she crossed over the Dawat based upon her staying with me and still studying. That's what I was talking about in that Astral Travel book, the second part. They tell you, Gavin and Yvonne Frost, about people still studying in the astral world. So again, Aleem's teacher, I seen him after Aleem did the lecture, I seen entities filling those houses up, old entities that were stuck. Bobby Hemmett tells a famous story. Well, Khalid Muhammad came and he went hard on Bobby Hemmett, metaphysics. The tape is out. Everyone's seen it at some point. A couple of weeks later is when Khalid Muhammad died. So the rep went around, Bobby Hemmett killed him. Of course, that wasn't true. But it happened so soon. But what happened, and there was a brother named Azariah who did a tape on it. Even the warrior has some sort of ancestral protection because he's necessary. But if they sternly keep telling them no, it's like they're cutting off their own energy. And he kind of did that, and Azariah pointed it out. He kind of went at the spirits, because Bobby Hemmett, and I understand it now, is not taking that personal. Like that's why I can't debate, because it's nothing to defend. It's nothing, it's no philosophy here. This is what I teach, is everything about trying to free your mind. So it's not necessary to fuck with that. That's nothing. You make this work for you or you don't. You can do this shit with it's really self-realization. So it's nothing to argue. It's like you either know or you don't know. I can't argue nothing to make you know. So that truly sets occult science different from this shit show, to be quite honest, because it doesn't work on the same technology. It's in the same pocket because Bobby Hemmett had the audience, and he himself told me, well, he inherited this Black Pride, Afrocentric audience, trying to inject spirituality and metaphysics in people who were looking to be proud of Africa. So it took a while to eat a chaka down. In fact, he said the Black community ate all his satanic shit up. When he got to the Hindu shit and sex, he said people stopped calling for lectures, niggas stopped showing up. They just, all this free conscious shit, that was just too much. You get what I'm saying? So it's showing, and he understood, it's not really about these guys freeing themselves. It's really about what they're satisfied with, and they can be pushed too far. That's what I'm telling this little chopper dude. If he does talk to me, you need to tweet that shit, not with your heart, but understanding. See, no, if he's becoming really conscious, you could do that on your own watch. Tweeting shit is trying to make a statement. So if you're going to make a statement, you guarantee you will make one. I'm telling you that everyone will turn on you. Everyone will turn on you. Don't ask me, ask B.O.B., your senior in the game. And when I talked to B.O.B. and told him, ask him about you, first thing he said was, they calling him chakra. I said, when B.O.B. got to me, it was a little bit too late, but I gave him so much good advice that he took in the after effect of how to straighten it out. Remember, he had a big fan base, and they were with him, but he's giving out from his heart. As soon as he got to the flat earth, everything turned. Then he had a bunch of followers who are just the conscious comment committee. Them niggas who waste their lives commenting on videos as if it's a significant thing to do. Now I get it, but I'm not playing myself. There's a bunch of niggas that comment, put on my comment, Panic, you suck. Panic, that's 100% wrong. I hate Panic. What the fuck I'm gonna put that up for? This is what I don't want to say. I love you, Panic. Panic's the greatest. Panic showed me the way. I don't care about that shit neither. I get it. If I meet you and that's what's in your heart, I'm a great guy. I love that. But we're not here for friendship. I'm here to give you the shit to save you. I came to this planet to do that. That's it. I didn't come so to pal around with you. If we pal around, it's good. I went to one location. Well, when I go to locations after the lecture, I like to go get something to eat. Usually a couple of people from the neighborhood I'll come with, they'll take, and we'll just go, they'll tell me what's still open, we'll go, we'll sit down, and it's really cool. One of these places I went, it was really cool. And when I went, about 20 motherfuckers was like, let's go. So Khadija was like, I got a headache, I don't want to scare. So we went upstairs. I'm like, fuck it, I want to hang. Me and Visa, who's my big doofy assistant, she loved it when I call her doofy. She came. So long story short, we went to a hookah bar, something to eat, plenty people took pictures, it was all love. And that was that. You know, I love that kind of shit. Meet the people of the place. Then a month or two later, You know, I'm being cool. I'm being, and I get it. You know, people have now seen me for years. It matters to them. You know what I'm saying? I don't treat them cold. I love y'all for what y'all want to become. But I hate y'all for what y'all are. And it could get real vampiric later when you want to text. So, and something about this really creeps me out, throws me off. We went to the next lecture 2 months later in a whole nother state. All 20 from the last lecture is sitting in the goddamn front row. It was fucking odd. I'm not supposed to have fans or followers. And I get that they could drive and get there. Maybe, I make it real exciting live. People love it live. I come alive at a live lecture. But I just don't want anyone to think this is about stardom or I'm a certain kind of guy that's supposed to act like a star or your friend. I'm just here to give you the truth as I understand and interpret. If it means something to you, excellent. If not, it's not about me. It's about this word. Please keep that in mind because it's only going to get nastier and nastier. If you keep, let's keep with this. Fuck all this. I'm going to get through this. Because, like I said, I've been talking for a while, so I got so many rants in me that I'm holding back. So let's get down. But I want this. So, the deceased might ascend a ladder or stairway of Ra at the pole in the sky. The great polar region, the horn, that cusp, baby. The northern polar region, the Earth's northern polar cusp or horn. Horn is nice too. Get up in that horn, baby. That seems like doggy style. Yeah, let's do that horn. Where the Earth's magnetic field is at the weakest point, easily matches the Egyptian descriptions decoded in IS-13. Imperishable stars, Orion star cluster. Unvarying stars, pole stars. Pole of the sky, the great polar region, the horn, or that polar cusp. So it's all about that cusp, like, where's my water? It's all about that cusp. Getting there. That's where the process begins. That's the pathway of the dead. You heard? Very important that you know what to look for. The Big Dipper. That if you draw a straight line, leads to the Little Dipper, which is the pole star, which guides you in your understanding of your way towards the west, which you enter in at the cusp. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. Oh, that MILF, boy. 48, little bit of wrinkles. Hair ain't shit, but them little fucking braids. But goddamn, you about to get something warm that knows how to grab, cusp. You ain't gonna bend her, but goddamn, it's going to be. MILF is great. I just gotta wait till Khadijah get old. Khadijah, you getting MILFy. Braid your hair like that. Khadijah's such a lady. Kick my ass. And again, PsalmDreadings.com. Go see her. Escape to the cusp or the gap. North Star for freedom, baby. The North Star for freedom. The bull of Ra bends down the horn for the dead king to pass. No pestilent streams. Dead king has power over the winds. So as the dead king, you need power over the winds. You gain power over the magnetosphere, which is considered the winds or the pestilence of streams, at the cusp. You're in the eye of the storm. You up in the pussy. You grab control of that hoe by dicking in the pussy, in the cusp, in the horn. All right. The weak point in the Earth's magnetospores, which is the magnetic boundary between the Earth's field and the solar wind. You heard? That's the shield from the solar wind in the Earth's boundary. It's the shield, the magnetospores. Is referred to as the polar cusp by space physicists. What do you know? Here, there are no pestilent streams of magnetic fields. NASA first reported that spacecraft such as the European HEOS, HEOS-1 and HEO-2, 1968-1972, at the University of Idaho's, Iowa, what am I talking about? University of Iowa, Hawkeye, 1974, observed a disordered magnetic field, weak but not zero, at the cusp regions. NASA. So you even got the white NASA agreeing the Earth has a weak magnetic field at this particular place in the north, at the cusp, up in that cusp. Some scientists think silicon, which is similar property to carbon. I need you to hear this. You are a carbon being, melanin. Now listen, silicone is crystal. Crystal is silicone. Listen, some scientists think silicone, which has a similar property to carbon and a high affinity for oxygen, could provide a chemical base for life. So they're saying you can, here, you may switch, or part of your transformation is from a carbon human to a crystal being. Where have you heard that before? You were supposed to become the crystal man. But let's continue. Silicon has 4 valence electrons and can bond to 4 other atoms. The National Radio Astronomy Observatory lists 10 species of interstellar molecules based on silicon bonded to hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen, sulfur, and carbon atoms. It is here at this open element enriched gap to the stars that the deceased king stands at the great polar region as a waterway traveler. The pharaohs may have easily imagined the Earth's polar cusp as the 2 horns of the encroaching solar wind, or the great wild bull, PT 470, bending down its northern horn for the passage of the deceased king. Yet another mythology that we didn't know what the fuck was talking about, now decoded as another way of them telling you the science of finding the cusp in the magnetosphere when you die. The great bull, the 2 mountains at the cusp, the 2 horns of the bull, bend down when you know the path for you to pass through the winding waterway. Osiris time, baby. Happiness. This is the death code. You're welcome. Yeah, baby. This major image of the great fecundating bull of the sun dominates the funerary text and the artwork and writings of many early cultures. The bull depicts the powerful pressure of solar wind. So the solar wind that is coming in, blocked by our magnetopause and magnetosphere, is represented as the bull. Listen, because now we understand. The bull is solar wind. We didn't know that. The bull depicts the powerful pressure of solar wind ramming into the Earth's barrier. You see that? Let me get back to this picture. Here, 123. So let's look at this again. You see the sun and these rays. See this little shaky line right here? That's what it's talking about. This is the sun's solar rays ramming into the Earth's protective shield. You heard? And let's keep going. Okay. Wow, just seen another picture. All right, so the deceased desires power over the four winds of heaven and the four bulls in the sky. CT 162. For it is here at the horn or the cusp that the deceased king will begin his journey to be transformed or recreated, or the pieces of Osiris put back together. Now we're getting it. Or recreated, the cusp serving as the gap or the entrance to an origin of reconnection and replication on replication. Decoded, horns of the great white wild bull, solar wind pressure, and ions at the polar cusp. Storms equals high geometric activity and energy transfer of solar wind. So they're talking about the solar wind and how you got to master this wind, and really it's built in once you understand to enter the cusp. Once you know where to go, you're in the sweet spot. You're on that clit. In the cusp. The deceased makes it very clear that he rises to the highest of heaven and uses his power for himself. In the afterlife, CT 75, he takes the advice of the funerary text and wills his consciousness northward toward the pole star, Polaris, or the polar region in the sky. Did y'all hear that? First of all, where are you at? Oh, there you go. Damn, I didn't. Hey, we already at 5 hours and 37. We ain't even halfway through. This is gonna be a doozy. A doozy. Okay. We ain't even halfway through. Yeah, I had a lot to say. Yeah, baby. But this is the good shit. You're gonna look at this lecture for years. If there are years left. But whatever's here, this is gonna be one. They might take it down, but I'm gonna figure out a way to make sure this information is getting to our niggas, the real niggas who's using it. So the deceased makes it very clear he rises to the height of heaven and uses his power for himself. Listen, he rises to the height of heaven and uses his power for himself. Nothing is the ancestors, they ain't coming, nothing. This is on you, Duke. It's on you, Duke. Duke uses the power for himself in the afterlife. CT 75. That's a Kemetic statement. Whenever you hear CT, PT, IT, remember, I'm quoting the funerary text. This is the shit they wrote to the dead bodies, the nobility. I read half of this book, and I usually read what I need. If I'm doing it from a book, do the lecture, and that's pretty much it. I'm reading the other half. I'm reading this shit like this is it. This is the information. They done fucked up. It got to us. They done fucked up now. You know, fucked up now, player. And how did they fuck up? If we really know this, what the Egyptians could do and master here was based upon no fear of death. Everything you do is the fear of death in the unknown. Everything you do. Therefore, once you get past death, life is a cinch. So those who are going to stay in this matrix, this is valuable. You will be a powerful person if you understand this. And not just what I'm saying, go to, this book is the only one I see really sourcing it. And like I said, she only did 3 books. It's coming from someplace. So it either says she was inspired and this is the best she got, or this is, which is more than likely one of them places that got our shit that's put it out. And I asked Bob, well, why would they put it out? He said, well, because they're stuck. They're stuck genetically. And so they have to put shit out, hope some people who are up on the shit get it or get more of it or more information, and then come up with new books and new ideas and new shit that they could study and say, okay, maybe you could do this. But they do know they're trying to hack off of black people. So that's why there was this big rush to adopt black kids. Y'all thought it was some sex ritual and all that human shit. It's to get the kid to love them. Because with the hopes of that connection, they can bond to the kid's DNA and make it through the Dawat. Because I'm gonna show you what the Egyptians say happened up there in terms, because we're gonna get into problems that you just tell me the smooth shit. We're gonna get into problems that can happen where you go back. And one of those problems, I'm not even gonna blow it. I'm gonna wait till I get there to revel in this lovely shit. Sorry, white people, the meek inherit the earth. Knock yourself silly. Grab them by the pussies. Do whatever you gotta do. But we got the ability to fuck up we grab them by the cusp. You understand? Meaning we can get out. We can leave. We have to make the choice to do it. This is a choice to be consciousness. Don't fuck around. If you want to be here, then be that. Stop fucking around. Stop fucking around with me, at least. Because I want to be in this existence to do this work for as long as I'm here. That means I'm choosing it. When I go, I'm going back to some baller ass shit, nigga. Back to my home, where I have a lot of entities who I've trained in many different places to get further training in that world. And then they go on to become their own star in their own system. So the training doesn't stop. I'm a manifestation of what I am. I'm a builder, nigga. I build universes. That's what I do, baby. And I'm not saying this from an ego. I'm trying to tell you, this shit is us. Who are you? Who are you? I just know who I am. Who are you? I know who I am. Who are you? I am a builder of worlds. That's why I can't stop playing them building games. Every day I get up and play Tropico and just build, arrange. Because I'm ready to go back and build my new world. Me and Khadijah. Oh man, I feel the glory of our union. We are one thing, been one thing. We came here and separated just to do this. When I was asked to come here with Bobby, I remember that, how he asked, and I remember the reluctance. And when I got read, the dude was saying, you were reluctant to come here. You was in a higher realm. And since I wasn't an Orisha dude just fucking his daughter, they didn't like me. It's like a Jew bringing an Italian home or Italian bringing a nigga home. They didn't like me. But when he did the reading, he didn't change after that. But in his mind, yo, your numbers are high. You've been here before. The higher, I knew nothing about it. but whatever it was impressive to him. And later, when I was able to channel, as I pointed out, I remember Bobby asking me, and based upon something we did somewhere and something we learned somewhere together. And I remember, nigga, I'm not going back in that shit. And I just remember him explaining, he had on white, it was very white. It was a classroom. I remember him explaining the benefit of coming here. Whatever this is one of the things that got away, whatever you want to call it. There's many theories on what it is, and many theories that contradict one idea, which made me understand when I got the channel. This world can be shaped into many different things. This world, let's say to Trump's kids, if they sat down and explained to you what the world is, they would have a very different interpretation of it than you. So to me, this world is a whole different matrix than someone who's born with a silver spoon in their mouth. Then you have the African with fleas and flies all around him who's starving, who they show on TV, send this money to. Let them explain the world to you. It's a different reality. So there's different reasons people are here. So there's demiurge, and this thing means different things. So you will get a lot of contradictions. It's a jail. It's a learning thing. It's a nursery I got. So it was and probably all these things, but it's ultimately a process that you go through. And clearly, it originally was something for learning. Because no matter how dumb you are, how Christian you are, how white or black you are, they kind of want to know something, even if it's about how cups were made, how whatever. People just kind of want to know. So this was a learning facility at first. And you see how bad it is. The learning was consciousness. So then there were people that would come down from the higher realms to teach in this nursery, Akhenaten and this one. And that's why you would have Akhenaten change it to a sun god, because people come down here for different reasons. We think it's because we look at us and say, well, it must have been some Kemetic wisdom, or we need to look at us and say it's more Nubian or whatever they got, or Islam. He just had to do it, and he got in power and then did it. Perhaps it's as simple as that. Perhaps he came down here with a certain agenda, and what he did was, by putting out his philosophy, some people said, who were new here and born, God damn, that shit sounds good. I'm gonna start studying it. And then when they transform and go through the cuffs, because they transform through this particular Akhenaten light, let's just say, they're going to that realm. The people who come up to me and say, Panic, man, something you said, something you did, is really this, is really that, what their nature is, and what they probably were born to, which is one of the biggest factions, is a Pan faction. Pan is the music faction. And every nigga loves music or wants to do it. Pan is that shit. Comedians have a faction. Rap is a faction under Pan, because it's under music. So there are, I don't know how many, I just know I've seen a few leaders in certain factions. So one I'm clear on is the comedians. Richard Pryor is one of the masters who came back and called all of his babies. Are y'all getting this? So when Richard Pryor did Richard Pryor, every fucking comedian, who's your idol? Richard Pryor. Richard Pryor. Richard Pryor. Because Richard Pryor owns a fucking realm, which I've seen, that's incredible. KL, when he came back to Aunt Nefa, he said, remember those herbs you put together and was smoking? Yeah, he said, sell those. I said, nigga, you crazy. Niggas ain't gonna buy it. Well, as you can see, the kingdom, based upon herb packs from KL. You get what I'm saying? Damn, what was I just saying before? It'll come back. Let's get to this. I was just telling you something. Whatever. The deceased makes it very clear that he rises to the height of heaven and uses the power for himself in the afterlife. Power for yourself. You ain't, listen, he takes the advice of the funerary text and wills his consciousness north, wills his consciousness north towards the Polaris or the polar region of the sky, CT 1030. That is a Kemetic funerary text statement. He wills himself northward. That's saying you, without a body, have to use your mind to do it. And if you, I don't know if I'm meditating right. What do you think? What do you think now? What do you think you're meditating for? For serenity? No, nigga. You're trying to practice exercising your focus in your mind. Then meditation should lead to astral travel. You should meditate yourself to sleep, not go to sleep every night. Picturing a place in detail. Use all 5 senses in your mind to experience that place, grandma's house. What you're doing is programming your spirit to go there. And meditating yourself to sleep, you're programming your consciousness to go with you. Usually when you go to sleep, your consciousness stays in the body. So you sleep, you remember sporadic things. When you start to astral travel, a book you cannot live without, Astral Dynamics by Robert Bruce. It's on PDF, a must-have. Astral Dynamics is like Psychomancy, it's an instructional book. He tells you that most people's consciousness stays in the earth realm when they sleep. When you practice the techniques of astral traveling, which is a must for the death experience, also the hallucinogenics are the death experience. When you die, a rush of DMT happens. The hallucinogenic feeling is the feeling of the quantum world. This is why Kalindi came through so soon. He was well practiced in his mind to do whatever he needed to do. Well practiced because of all the drugs and hallucinogenics he worked with. You understand? He's birthed motherfuckers in this hallucinogenic game. So the hallucinogenic is the death practice. Meditation, astral traveling is the death practice because you have to will yourself to that cusp. You have to know how to push your will. So your mind switches over. So you won't be high, but you will feel good because you're truly in heaven. There's no body, there's no pain receptors. So that same feeling of the drugs and the DMT and all the rest of that shit is how you feel the quantum world on Earth. DMT is just an elixir in the quantum world. I don't know what it exactly means. We ain't even that far in it. But it's clearly a quantum situation because when you die, the Egyptians say, and we've already read, that you're going into the Dawat from a quantum perspective. Your idea is to stay there and travel out of this situation. You're traveling out of the magnetism of this. So you have to change your energy frequency, and we're going to tell you how. I'm going to tell you how. All right, so you have to will yourself. That's meditation and astral traveling practice. Scrying. There's a book by Donald Tyson, again, the same Necronomicon guy. I think that's here. Let me try to get that. It's not here. I'm mad that I got up again. But I think that's here. All right. We are a fucking success. We are a fucking success. This book, Scrying for Beginners. Use your unconscious mind to see beyond the senses. Again, in the occult, sometimes the unconscious mind is used for the subconscious mind. They interchange the two, but I go in hard on class on the true differences. Donald Tyson, He's the same guy that did all the Necronomicon work that I talked about. Very good plain writer, Don Tyson. You want scrying. Scrying is what you're going to do to the Little Dipper and the Big Dipper. That's what you're going to do. You're going to scry for the Dipper. This is Dipper shit. And you want to look at it, scry, he'll tell you how, get it in your subconscious, you know where to go. You want to meditate and astral travel, you got to will yourself to this place. And if you, in as much stupidity I think I'm meditating, that's not going to get you there. Remember, there are spirits, friendly and hostile, that live in this place. And it's about energy, player. These are thought forms. Y'all niggas thought about Freddy, Jason. Where do you think all those things go? Just on DVD? Those thoughts, that's an energy. Oh, I'm scared. Oh, Jason. Or how many times you sing that music? Dun, 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 dun. Ah, ah, ah. How many kids dressed up in Freddy as Jason? Harry Potter, Peter Griffin, the Peanuts. All of that shit exists on a layer in the Duat. So you can be very confused if you don't know who you are. Tossed around in the Duat, spinning round and round on that energy stream. You may master that and know how to build a house there, if you will. But you're still in under the net, if you will. So this is out. Let's go. Let's keep going. We already at 5 hours. I told you it's going to be a long one. A central hole or point where time moves into timelessness. This is, so you're still in time, insane, before you get to cusp. That was a question I asked myself. So a central hole or point where time moves into timelessness. You're trying to move into timelessness, out of the circle of time. To the Egyptians, the zenith may have represented the entrance to the dark Duat. Nonetheless, the protected cusp area is a neutral point where the storms and the pestilent streams are absent for the deceased. And it is here that he merges with the sun god or boards Ra's ferry boat, CT 848. The deceased states, I fly and soar between those two great mountains in which Ra appears, CT 305. As an energy landscape, the earth barriers of plasma against the encroaching solar wind might easily be described as mountains of plasma branching out from the null magnetic field as the gap or the cusp. Yet, along with the gap in the mountains, the deceased looks for another important energy landscape. So once you get there, once you're in your spot, you up in the cusp, get your fuck on, ready to get the fuck on up out of here, you gotta look for another energy landscape. Let's find out what that is. Let's go. Yeah, baby. Yet along with the gap in the mountains, the deceased look for another important energy scape. There should be some type of ladder or stairway here at the cusp. Listen, there should be some type of ladder or stairway at the cusp. IS-16. Remarkably, according to space physics research, one does exist. So the Egyptians called it a stairway, and we're about to see the space physics. The white man recognizes a stairway energy at the cusp, one you must find. This stairway is the stairway to the boat. It's an energy stream to the boat. What is that? That is the northern lights That's the stairway, the white light. The green light is the one that changed the DNA, or it's just the Osirian energy. You may be having to change your DNA to get to that green light. It may not just, you may not be witnessing souls leaving at the northern. Like maybe you are, but maybe you're not. What you're witnessing is the stairway coming down and the Osirian energy resurrecting and touching it. You have to do things at the cusp to get in that energy stream and get to that stairway. You see all of this at the North Pole. Are you kidding? Are you fucking kidding? They showed the same concept of going through a gateway in the TV show Westworld. What was happening was these robots were jumping through this area that was created, and what was physically happening when they jumped through, they said they would recognize or live in this place in their consciousness as heaven, but they're actually going back in the database. So they'll be just sitting somewhere on a computer on a server. So this, if we looked at our computer, is based upon the technology of the universe. Remember when I told you about my boy who moved to Scotland, Tef? I wish he would I must see if I can get that out and he would let me. He did a tape called Computer Blues where he showed the computer motherboard laid out like the Great Pyramid. He broke down how it's really called Kompata, Black House, computer, Kompata. So it's more. He went through where they robbed this whole concept of the computer from the Great Pyramid and pyramid technology and Kemetic technology, which is obvious. Everything is ours. But the universe is based upon the same motion because as above, so below type thing. Any invention you make, Dr. Baba Africa told us that all technology is based upon the human body, and the human body is based upon the universe technology. And then when I learned computers, the first thing you learn is A+, the basic computer and basic networking concepts, physical and software. So when you learn the physical, it is based on the human body, the motherboard, the daughter boards, the heart, the bloodstream, and blah, 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 the brain as the processor, and so on and so forth. The coprocessor, the RISC and CIS system. I can't remember which is which, but one takes little parts, digests it, and one takes it in a long series or a stream and digests it. So that tells us white brain and black brain. We could take long streams of information and digest. That's why I'm here since 5 o'clock or whatever time it was. And we here till 11 and I'm ready to go. We could do that because we can take long periods of shit. They are subjugated in their thinking. They need a little and stop, little and stop, little and stop. So they set up their whole school system like that. You're in school, bling, gym, bling, math, bling, English. When we learned, if we were learning about this cup, we learned the math of this cup. We learned the proper name in English and what is the story of this cup, the mythology of this cup. We would fill this cup, we would drink out of this cup. We would get to know this cup from all angles, the social studies of this cup. I said the math, what else subjects do you got? The science of the cup. We would learn this in one sitting to understand the cup, not learn about the cup 1 minute, this in math, that in science, because that's how white people think. And they made processes that think that way. And then they made processes that take long streams like niggas. And I can't remember which one won Risk or Sisk. I can't remember which one was one. But all this shit is based upon the human body. So, I don't know why we were there. So, remarkably, according to space physics, research, one does exist, the stairway. All right, IS 14A. The Dead King goes up the stairway, ladder to the northern polar region of Earth, where Ra appears, taking his seat in the sun bark. Boo! King now has ferry boat to the netherworld lakes, the Duat. So you must climb these steps when you're in the cusp to get on the ferry boat, which takes you through the waterways to the netherworld, or through the netherworld lake. The texts report that the Great Stairway, or ladder to the sky, exists at the northern cusp, a region where the field lines from the magnetospor's boundary on the day and night sides coverage towards low altitudes here at the element-enriched pole. The pestilence of streams is removed, and the text advise the deceased to ascend to the stairway to Ra. The Great Stairway is a good description of the technical state of the cusp. At this neutral point, where the magnetic field is zero, where the solar and isonic spheres exist, where the energy landscape of what space physics called the staircase cusp forms. Referring to the opening of the Duat, the deceased king states, the two portals are open for me. I have gone up the stairway, CT 416. What the deceased perceives as a stairway may be the staircase profile observed by scientists. That is, the potential energy landscape related to this form of interatomic or intermolecular potential according to theory. But what exactly is potential energy? What exactly is the potential energy landscape the deceased perceives as a stairway or a ladder? Potential energy. Remember, chaos. Remember, potential energy has the ability to be formed into anything. Therefore, that's a way of saying, if you're going to the realm of potential energy, you have boundless material to create whatever you fucking want. A blank slate to create your realm, baby, your kingdom, your heaven. You're the dead king, nigga. You now have earned. Y'all ain't ready. You have now earned the right to create a motherfucking magnificent galaxy, universe, or even a star system, to be more specific. You are now equipped based upon your lifetimes to, when you create, to be a creator that has an experience with shit like this in your memory. So when you create, you know what not to do. You've learned it. This is what this original setup was, that when you're born as a new star, you are just a clone of that which created you, something advanced, some other advanced light beings, right? That you're the offspring of it. You're in this new nebula and you're dreaming, and you have this power, but you are new. So you cannot create, or you can create a universe with a planetary system without you would be a young star. It was reported that this sun is a young star that we have. It's also reported that most system has 2 stars. So you get 2 stars for balance when you create. That's an advanced. Those are beings who understand. Me and Khadijah are a 2-star union in our universe. You understand? So we create balance because we went through humanity, and each lifetime is a question as a new star you're asking, and you're learning it through this Kemetic teaching, through all of these societies at one time. But learning here is very hard now. The learners are very few. That's the conscious people I'm talking about. That's a fucking handful. There was a little bit more before. So this is dried up. So now, and I used to always have visions when I go, I was leading in a whirlwind, many motherfuckers back with me. So I do understand, even though you're going through lifetimes and you're conscious enough to get out, you still can learn more. So more established people like Bobby, myself, the things that you're used to, Jimi Hendrix for music, Richard Pryor for comedy, Elijah Muhammad, I can't remember, but I seen it was a set, Wu-Tang, like the 5 Percenters. It was Elijah Muhammad, Father Allah, Malcolm X, all chilling. No beef, all chilling. Malcolm X told me some shit, though, I'll never say. That's my favorite channel. He comes, I know him. He always comes as a friend, and he broke some shit down about Mars. He said, we were living on Mars, not all of us. He said, some of us made it to Earth. He said, the Martian bloodline is those crazy niggas in your hood. The nigga that hung out with that nigga, robbed him at the end of the night, that I told you about doing a murder bid, he has a Martian bloodline. The real Martian bloodline are redheads, black people, not white people. You ever notice you get this random nigga with red hair, like Malcolm X? Shout out to my cousin Gagey. I hope you listening to me, dog. Get you out of here. Go to the cusp, nigga. He was a red nigga. Doing shit in the hood. Nigga saluting that nigga in Brownsville. Heavy. Gagey. Big. Vicious nigga. Redhead. Martian. He said Elijah Muhammad, a deep channeler. Watch Elijah Muhammad in the very little tapes he has. Sometimes he's clear out. And I know as we go, then watch him with that nigga be eyes closed, back, talking some old shit. We were the tribe of Shabazz. I'm like, this nigga is channeling old shit. Malcolm X told me something about the moon and him. This is some shit. Elijah Muhammad told you too. He said in one of the lectures, I can't remember the number, 65,000 years, somebody comes. He was saying that shit, he's the coming to change the shit. And truthfully, that made a change because the Black Islamic thing changed niggas from crooks to that. I heard they were still crooks, some of them thugging you to sell Final Call and shit. Where's the Final Call money, motherfucker? It was from jail. But overall, it sparked a lot of shit. So he was saying it. Look at his channels. Malcolm X, one of my favorite. One time, the first time he came through, he told me to put on this movie. Put it on, and I was dying laughing. It's the funniest movie ever. If you get past it, you know, stick your number, little. Oh, I forgot it. Let it burn, nigga. You know, there's so many lines. You know what I'm saying? Shorty, I got to get this out my head, shorty. Starting to burn shit. Oh, what are you doing for me, Chappie? You know, all that kind of shit. So he told me a lot about the Sphinx. He told me a lot about cats. He gave me over 10 names. I wrote all them shits down. They were crazy. He told me about the secret of the Sphinx is actually merged in the DNA. And it's something about the cat. I can't remember what it was. And at the time, Bobby, Khadijah told me later, three other people were having these dreams where cats would get on you. And in the dream, you can't get it off. It's merging with your DNA. So that's why the Sphinx is half man, half cat. And I can't remember what it was. It'll come back to me, but he explained then the connection with Mars. And when I lost that paper, I stuck it in a fucking book. And that's like throwing it in the ocean in this house. I don't know where the fuck that is with all them names. So I always felt the kind of way. And I wrote more shit down than he told me. But then this year, I heard that voice put on my movie. I forgot it. But they was doing that walk. Beans and cornbread had a fight. Beans told cornbread, that's all right. I'll be ready. Ready on the, all that shit. I'm dying laughing again. Boom, he comes through. He told me about the channels, that's deep channels, deep trance, and really old information about the tribe of Shabazz, that Elijah Muhammad. He told me how old Elijah Muhammad really is. Old man. And Elijah Muhammad is old science, old pyramid science, old mathematicians is their realm. Straight mathematicians. Father Allah, all of them are there. Wu-Tang Clan will be there. ODB is there. ODB, when he came through, said he went to the realm of Richard Pryor. That's where all the comedians go. And they go get their peoples. When Bernie Mac died, Richard Pryor came through. And he came through still making us laugh. He came through with that information in his book that he was gay for a couple of weeks. Then he said, nah, fuck it. I'm just gonna go back to pussy. I'm like, God damn, that's the funniest shit ever. That we thought it was back then, but it was Richard Pryor coming through. Also, Miss Jerry came through at that time from Martin. The old lady used to fight. All for Bernie Mac. You understand? And we've seen a lot of, I can't remember all the story, but at the same time, Isaac Hayes died. It was some Black Moses shit. And he told me he put some strength in Obama. You know, as a symbol, you know, of course he didn't do nothing. No president does, but it was a symbol of the time. All right, let's get on it. More on it. I got you here. I told you, this is probably tomorrow. You picking up on this. I've gone up the stairway, CT 416. When the deceased perceives a stairway, may be a staircase profile observed by scientists. That is the potential energy landscape related to the form of interatomic or intermolecular potential according to theory. But what exactly is the polar energy landscape the deceased perceives as a stairway or a ladder? All right. The cusp contains a magnetosphere field line almost reluctantly merged with the sun's interplanetary magnetic field, IMF. Space physicists term this process magnetic reconnection. Variations in the merging rate indicate the behavior of the cusp. Ionic energy latitude dispersion is not always uniform, displaying dispersionless intervals and sharp jumps. Analyzing data from satellites, researchers attribute the staircase cusp signature to the bursty merging or the reconstruction of the merging rate in the cusp. So this activity, with all these big words, is pretty much the technical understanding that exists about a stairway at the cusp described in all this big word activity. You must get on the stairway. let's look closer at the process of staircase formation at the cuff. Flux transfer events. The staircase cusp is identified with the ionospheric ionospheric, that's what it is. Ionospheric signature of flux transfer events. Space physicists believe that the tearing instability begins the complex reconnection process. Their analysts show that the conditions for instability start with a population of electrons that are not trapped in the current sheet. These electrons then short the electric field that stabilizes the mode, creating a gap for entry where it was formerly blocked. A magnetic island then forms on the interface. The tearing mode displaces magnetic field lines outside, but the original topology is still retained. On the other hand, field lines inside have broken and reconnected, exhibiting a different topology. The formation mechanism of magnetic islands of FTEs and is controversial among space physicists because it depends on solar wind and magnetospheric conditions. Space physicists also refer to FTE, flux transfer events, as cusp diamagnetic cavities, bubbles, and magnetic islands. Much study is currently devoted to the magnetospores low latitude boundary layer, LLBL, where FTE occurs. For example, Song et al. 1993 showed that for northward IMF, the LLBL, which is low latitude boundary layer, has a stair-step plasma density profile. The LLBL has a stair-step plasma density profile with no evidence for plasma flow between the steps. Boom. The FTE, flux transfer events, create a gap of entry where appears during periods of enhanced far ultraviolet emission. Ultraviolet emission, let's get it. In other words, during a period of extended dayside reconnection, there is a widening of the gap. The widening of the merging gap is observed in both the radar flows and the flux emissions. The evidence is that the staircase cusp indicates the tearing mode instability, which creates a gap for the magnetospores entry. Decoded? The sun god's bark, that's his boat, your boat, you're the sun god, FTE, flux transfer events, at the magnetospores causing tearing mode instability is the great stairway or the stairway cusp. This gap is called the opening of the mouth. I know you heard that for years, the opening of the mouth ceremony, right? Now you know. It's the cusp, baby. The flux transfer events that create the staircase widen the gap, the opening of the mouth, baby. Open up at the cuff, open the mouth at the cusp. You're going to get it in the cup. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. So actual energy structures and processes exist at the element enhanced polar cusp, such as the staircase signature and FTEs that could represent what the Egyptian call the Great Stairway and the ferry boat of the sun god. So,
Got you open,
Come on, baby, you drive me crazy.